Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Tony from Alu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 18th day of December 2022, being Sunday. I welcome each and every one of you because today is a special session with some members of the HDOS, including the deputy head of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi Nzurumike, and many others. I am apologizing for our lateness because we have been more than 1 hour late. It is because of some situations, circumstances beyond our control. But nonetheless, we must go on. Therefore, without taking any time, I will hand over the platform, the microphone, to Mazi Nzurumike, the deputy head of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra. Mazi, please, over to you. The platform is yours. Go on, please. The platform is yours. You can go on, please. Go on.
Right, thank you. Thank you so much, Jonathan. As usual, we always will give honor to whom honor is due. To those of you who have been doing this very work on the media platform, working assiduously, working to make sure that Biafrans can put the ends meet in all ramifications, making sure that the dots are connected. We all owe you our gratitude and profound gratitude for that matter, that you may continue to do what you do, and by the grace of Chukwuka Abiyama, that posterity will be very, very kind to all of you who are doing what you're doing on a media platform. My name, as usual, is Mazi Nzurumike Chukwuemeka, and by the grace of Chukwuka Abiyama, a common servant of great people of Biafra in the capacity as the Deputy Head of the Directorate of State. Well, this evening we have come to address our people as usual because we are in a mission where we cannot look back. And that is why we have a great God Almighty in heaven, to whom we all owe all our glory, all his glory and honor, and all adoration at all times. Today is not exceptional. We want to also give him all the glory and all the honor. Thank him immensely for his tender mercies and his loving kindness to our people, irrespective of what we are going through all around our nation. We also thank him for the life of our leader, Mazi Tony, for his family, his wife, his children. We thank Chukwuka Abiyama for all of their experiences whether good or bad, whether laughter or otherwise. We thank Chukwu Abia for all that and for the lives of Biafrans on the ground. Those of them who are working day to day to find food on the table, those of them who are working assiduously to find something for their families, the hawkers, the hustlers, the transporters, the clergy will pray for you as well. We also pray for those of them who are in the marketplaces, the traders, of course, and all of them who are doing what they're doing across all walks of life to make sure that they make some ends meet. We say, may Chukwu Abia be your strength all the time. Fellow Biafrans, fellow indigenous people of Biafra, we have come this day, the 18th day of December 2022, and indeed a very day of our Lord. As you all must agree, it is customary in our great family, worldwide of course, that we intermittently come to you to address you as matters and issues of concern continue to emerge. I am joined by some very, very honorable officers of the people. I will go ahead to first of all introduce them. These are men of impeccable character in the presence of Mazi Abanyim, the Austin Abanyim, the European rep. We also have on board the National Coordinator of Canada in the person of Collins, or Chief Collins Ogwoke. We also have a great man from the United States who happens to be the Regional Coordinator of the Central United States of America in the person of Mazi Samson Memadu. We do also have in the house Mazi Ndubisi Chiyoke. He is our Pacific representative in the United States. We also have Mazi Azayuba, a deputy European rep, who is also here with us. And of course, the last but not the least, Mazi Isu Ogechukwu. He remains the national coordinator of South Africa. Great Biafrans and friends of Biafra. Well, in all honesty, there is nothing good to write home about at this moment, in as much as criminality, hunger, Fulani terrorism, menace, and marginalization abound. It is as a result of this precarious situation that we have come to once again uplift your spirits and the spirit of all Biafrans across the board, instilling in you that out of bulk of hopes out there, there is far more than a glimpse of hope available for us, that we must forge ahead irrespective of any or whatsoever any category of hurdles and facing us collectively as a people and as a nation, as a matter of fact, because we are a nation. We are people and we are a nation. Sometimes people look at us as a movement alone. No, we won't abandon. For your information, a very key glorious saying that we be our brother's keeper at all times. We must be kind to one another, not only those who identify themselves in this very, very movement, but also all Biafrans, to all Biafrans across the board. We must be kind to one another, especially to the innocent indigenous people of Biafra. It doesn't matter which Biafran clan you may come from. Always remember that we are one people, one DNA, and one nation. Meanwhile, the enemies may continue to test our resolve, but we have never seen any force quite forceful enough to break our unyielding resolve. That's because our resilience is born in and actually rooted in our ideology. The ideology has one benchmark, and that is it is unbreakable. An ideology which calls for fairness to humanity and right to absolute freedom as endowed by our Creator Chukwukabia, that we shall never give up, retreat nor surrender, not now, not tomorrow, and never ever. They abandoned this very quest for freedom as a people. There and then would we spell our doom for sure. That not only for us, but also the future generation. And that is why we must hold dear this very, very quest for freedom and be much more serious and focused and maintain our resilience across the board. When we say across the board, we meet all Biafrans, whether you're in the movement or not. There is one common value system we hold dear, and that is the price of humanity, and that is the price of freedom, which we are all yearning for. Now the zoo, the contraction called the zoo, will not let us be. We have seen that they have used hunger as a weapon of destruction. They have not only come to kill our people and committing and orchestrating extrajudicial killings across the board, incarcerations across the board, but economic and hunger has been weaponized. And when you weaponize hunger against a people, the result is very obvious: criminality of all types. That is why I will use this very opportunity, this very evening, to appeal to those of you who have been offended by petty criminals, our young boys and girls, little boys and girls who are hungry. When they go to steal food, please do not set them on fire. The kind of pictures we see, very, very heinous practices we see, are not who we are. There are hardened criminals, those of them who are committing murder, those of them who are enforcing what they're not supposed to enforce, those of them who are making life miserable for our people. We do not advocate for those. But there are petty criminals, petty thieves, I would say. Somebody is hungry and comes by your shop and picks up a piece of bread to feed himself. Please do not resort to tie him with ties and rubber and setting him on fire. Because we must understand that whatever has driven this very person to commit such a petty crime is the same thing affecting all of us. Somebody is hungry and so deep hungry, and the other one is a little lightly hungry, and the other one is just thirsty of something. It's not all the same. Some people have not eaten for over a week. Some people have not eaten for over 2 weeks. And they may be tempted to steal a piece of bread. And please do not kill them because of that. We appeal to all of you, because if you do that, you are helping the Fulani Caliphate to reduce our numbers. unnecessarily. You must find a way to navigate that very situation without resorting to bloodshed because of just ordinary petty thievery. So without wasting more time, we know the time we have right now. I'm not going to go too much and be lengthy in my addressing our people, but to only ask all of you to remain focused and remain unwavering, knowing that the situation is hard. That's quite fine. We understand that. But remember, we are in this all together as a people. Always be there for your brother. Don't mind whether you don't understand his dialect, but if you're a Biafran, please be there for him or her. That is our appeal tonight, that in as much as the temptation continues to rise, do not be tempted to lose focus. But let us be tenacious going forward, and let us hold hands together as Biafrans. Let us do what we are asked to do on Radio Biafra. We have our Directorate of State intact. We do have our very, very amiable HOD who doing a very wonderful work in the person of Mazi Tony Nzurumike. And we are all together as a bond. There is no shaking in the house. And any enemy that tries to stand before this very movement will be crushed down. That is assured. That one is assured to any enemy, any agent provocateur, whether you're in or outside this very, very periphery, you better be warned. You better be warned because you'll be crushed. We are not looking back. We are very resilient, and as such, cannot be bent. He can never bend us. So at this point, we want to go over with the microphone. I may come up later for some other statements or announcements, but I will go with the microphone to the next person in the house to speak. Mazi Abanyim is our European rep. He would like to say one or two things as well to Biafrans both home and abroad. Mazi Abanyim, I'll give you the microphone to go ahead and address our people as briefly as you want to do. Go ahead, please, Mazi.
Thank you so much, Mazi Tony Nzurumike, our Honorable Deputy Head of Directorate. Thank you so much for having me today, and thank you for the wonderful work that you've been doing in your capacity in this movement. I want to start by saying good evening, good morning, and good afternoon for Biafrans all over the world. My name is Mazi Austin Abanyim. I come from Amike. Amike is in Olu province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Chukwu Kabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the capacity as the European representative. And I reside here in Switzerland. So it's always a great pleasure to come here once in a while to address our people, because times are different. Especially we are facing an unprecedented challenges in our movement as a people and as freedom fighters. So I want to thank Chukwu Kabiama, first of all, for the life and good health given to all Biafrans and IPOB members, in particular worldwide. At the same time, I want to commiserate and sympathize with the victims of terror in our land. Those who have been unfortunately become victims of the inconsequential and unscrupulous individuals who have become tools in the hands of our enemies to help decimate our people and to undermine the effort of Biafrans and IPOBs working assiduously to ensure that our leader Mazi Tony is released unconditionally and Biafra is given referendum as we have been asking. So I want to thank Chukwu Kabiama, most importantly for giving us a man and the prophet of our time, Mazi Tony, who has been in a solitary confinement for almost 2 years now. The man who is a prisoner of conscience and the man who has sacrificed everything sacrificable to ensure that our people are free. I want to pray that Chukwu Abiyama will continue to be with him. The spirits of our ancestors and the land of Biafra will continue to be with him and protect him. And that soon and very soon, the zoo called Nigeria, that contraption, that evil forest, will let our leader go because he committed no crime known to law, but rather he was the one being offended. He was the one being offended by the zoo, and he is the one who has been a victim of terror orchestrated by the Fulani Caliphate, who has held us hostage for many years. But one thing is sure, this generation of IPOBians are going to end this stranglehold of Biafrans by the neo-colonialists and the Janjaweed from the Sahel, including their cohorts, the willing tools in our land who have compromised and sold their birthright for a pot of porridge and become accomplice in the killing and shedding of blood of their own people because of political appointments and because of selfish interest. We are going to make sure that our leader is released unconditionally as the UN working group has advised, as the High Court in Umuahia has ruled, and as the Appeal Court in Abuja has also ruled. Nigeria is an evil forest, a lawless country, a country without a president, ruled by mafians and cabals, and the impostor in Aso Rock. We will continue to shame them, we will continue to expose them to the world, because we're all over the world. And by the time we finish with them, there will be nothing like Nigeria. Our leader said it, and we are going to make sure that this becomes a reality. By the time we end with Nigeria, there will be nothing like Nigeria anymore. Because the more they hold our leader, the more calamity they are invoking upon themselves. Mazi Tony has committed no crime known to law. A quest for freedom and self-determination is not a crime all over the world. Therefore, he must be let free, he must be let go, and he must even be compensated for infringement of his right as a citizen of Biafra. He is. So I want to encourage Biafrans all over the world to continue to pray for our men and women, our gallant men and women in the forest, those who are protecting our land against those who have come to conquer our people by force and occupy our land. Those who have come to shed the blood of Biafrans on Biafra soil. Those who have come to destroy our culture, our religion and way of life. Those who have come to ensure that our heritage is being taken and our people are Islamized, that they may dip their Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. We are here to tell them that they have failed on arrival. Not as long as these IPOBians are alive. Not today, not tomorrow, and not forever. Nobody born of a woman, no spirit or human can stop the the restoration of Biafra. Biafrans all over the world, especially in Europe, we want to encourage you to continue doing the good work that you have been called to do. Because the quest for Biafra freedom is a spiritual movement. Those who are not in the spirit will always go for the peanut. But those in the spirit will understand that what we are pursuing is priceless. There's no amount of money in this world that can replace or that can be equated to the freedom that we are going to achieve at the restoration of Biafra. Continue to do that good work that you started, because our leader is going to join us in no distant time. As I have already said, for the fact that he committed no crime, he is going to be released unconditionally and very soon. And we are not going to be distracted by the inconsequential and scrupulous individuals who have been hired and paid to see if they can shake the foundation of IPOB, which we know that is impossible. It's not going to happen. Those who are enforcing what is unforceable, those who are making false promises to deceive the people that are going to give them Biafra today and tomorrow, only the gullible can listen to them, because we have gone too far to look back. This generation of Biafrans are going to restore Biafra, and we are here to do the needful. And those who think that they can make a living out of this struggle, they must be warned, because Biafra is a spiritual movement. Those whose hands are not clean, those who have soiled their hands in criminality or in embezzlement of funds or in betrayal, in concocting lies against their fellow principal officers in order to achieve their own selfish interest and in order to do the job of their masters. They must be warned, because this struggle is not a money-making franchise. Many have died, many have paid the ultimate price, and we are here to ensure that their sacrifices will never be in vain. We all have become stakeholders in this struggle, and we are making our own little sacrifices to ensure that in the end, Biafra will be restored and we shall go home to build a nation and a civilization that has not been seen in Africa before. So please, fellow Biafrans, let us continue to pray for our gallant men and women in the forest, pray for our media warriors, pray for the leadership of IPOB, pray for our writers, pray for our medical corps, pray for coordinators, both national units and zonal, local government and state coordinators and regional coordinators. We remember all of you and we commend you for your marvelous work and pray that you continue to do the needful until we reach the promised land. Thank you so much. From Switzerland, I will be standing by, and I thank Mazi Jonathan and all the media warriors and our radio presenters for the marvelous work they have been doing. They made it possible for us to be here today. Thank you also, Mazi Nzurumike. Thank you, and Mazi Doziem, who is our head of directorate, for all you people have been doing to ensure that this struggle remains successful, remains afloat, and did not derail until today. I will be standing by when the time comes to take some questions. But for now, thank you so much, Mazi Jonathan and Mazi Nzurumike. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. All hail Biafra.
Mazi, can I?
A very wonderful rendition for Mazi Abanyim, our very, very amiable European rep. Thank you very much once again for that. And at this juncture, the microphone will have to move to the Canadian National Coordinator in the person of Mazi, or Chief Collins Ogo. Okay, please take up the microphone and address Biafrans across the board. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mazi.
Good evening,
Good afternoon to any part of the world you are listening today. I'm Mazi Collins Ogoke, the National Coordinator of Canada Wide. I'm from Izmoha in Okigwe Province in Biafra land. It's a pleasure to speak to the world today through Radio Biafra. I give honor and glory to Almighty Chukwuokike Abiyama, who have made it possible that our leader, Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, today is alive. And we are praying for his strength and health, that he will live to actualize Biafra. Nothing will happen to him. I'm not a man of too many words. I'm a silent operator. Action works louder than words. I'm calling upon all our members of IPOB worldwide to be resilient and steadfast, mainly in prayers, that we will live to see Biafra come alive. I'm using this opportunity again to let the world know that Canada is under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whom Mazi Chika Edozie is standing in on his behalf. That there's no two IPOB in Canada, and there will be no two IPOB. Let us not be distracted by the evil of the gullible ones out there who pretend to be what they are not. At the end of it all, God will give Biafra the victory. Nothing is as sweet as freedom. Those who will give in their freedom for a potted of Nyam will live to see what they will tend to achieve at the end of it all. But you cannot reap where you did not sow. I'm calling all the whole world to be in fasting and prayer for the actualization of Biafra. The truth must come out. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a freedom fighter. He commits no sin. The Zulu Nigeria know what they are doing. Their ends has come. Without Biafra, there will be no Africa. They know that too well. Everyone who is standing for Biafra should not quiver. Biafra will come. It will come when we sincerely and honestly believe in what we are doing and what we are fighting for our freedom. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been granted freedom through the court of the land in Nigeria. The impostor in Aso Rock said that he's not going to give a political solution to the Biafra problem. A court of the land has granted Nnamdi Kanu freedom, and they refuse him to go. Those who refuse him to go will go down, and Nnamdi Kanu will go. I will stop so far. I don't have much to say, but our trust and aspiration and freedom is predicated on Chukwuokike Abiyama. He say. Thank you very much, Mazi Ogoke. Thank you so much for that. And with that, the microphone will now go to our Pacific rep in the person of Mazi. Pacific rep, United States. Please, can you go ahead, Mazi?
Yes, thank you so much, our Honorable Deputy HOD, and all the members of DOS who are here, and the fellow coordinators and regional reps. I salute you all. I salute all the Biafrans, both here and at home. Mazi Jonathan, I so much thank you for always hosting us and doing a great job on Radio Biafra. I would also like to extend these greetings to Mazi Alozie and Ike Peters. You guys are our stronghold. I will not forget about our media warriors. I extend greetings to all of you. My name is Nduvisi Chijoke. I come from Uzeakole in Abia State of Biafra. Today, I live in Los Angeles, California, and I am honored to be the Pacific and Mountain Zone Coordinator. I would like to say IPOB America do not despair. I know we've gone through a lot, especially when the likes of Madam Oyibo, Nelly Ofebu, Ekperima invaded our family and tried to tear it apart. We have remained resolute, steadfast, and conquered them. All the other people who are renegades they try to form IPOB parallel IPOB family, they have withered away. They don't even talk of being IPOB members. They are now talking about advent, shouting from one corner to the other. We are the true IPOB members. If you are a true IPOB member, then the challenge is for you to spread those news through Radio Biafra. Come and tell us who you are, the position you occupy, and what you do for IPOB. Come and tell us the money that you raise in the name of IPOB or ESN, what happened to those money. That's the essence of being an IPOB member under Mazi Tony Nzurumike, whose authority has been vested into Mazi Nzurumike, Mazi HDOS and the DOS. You cannot be an IPOB or say you are IPOB group if it does not come through IPOB under Mazi Tony and the DOS, because you can't get anywhere walking backwards. You can't get Biafra walking backwards, doing your little shenanigans all over the place. We are moving and marching forward, IPOB America. There's no question about that. We will continue to evangelize and build our family as long as Biafra has not come. Therefore, I am calling on all the IPOB America and those who have withered away to come back home. Rejoin us. Take back the oath. That's what makes you an IPOB member. There were those who were called servants, principal servants, that did not even take the oath. We're not going to let that happen again. If you're going to be a principal servant, you must pay your dues, you must take the oath and give the oath to other new members. Pure Edo. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank those who attended our end of year mega ESN fundraising. Every time we do this fundraising for ESN, we do even better. And what surprises me is, after the fundraising, for those who did not attend, they quietly send in their ESN contribution. I therefore encourage all those who did not attend or pledge to continue to send in their contributions. We are waxing strong. IPOB America is unshakable right now, especially under the auspices of Mazi, Pope, Ememadu, and myself in America. We are unshakable. Try us and you'll see. Sometimes I even laugh. I say, how come the zoo has not even approached me to sell my soul? Bring that your 1 billion or 10 billion that you stole from our land. I will take it and fight you. We use it to buy jets to fight you. Maybe they already know. That's why they haven't approached me, and they can't. The authentic IPOB members come from all corners of the world, especially those who are in Biafra land, fighting to safeguard our lands, our people. Once in a while, our people are killed. We'll continue to pray for their souls to rest in peace until we join them. There's no going backwards, there's no relenting, because if we do not get this Biafra in our time, you can kiss freedom goodbye. We're not going to leave it for our children. They cannot take care of it. They are a different generation. We are the generation, some of us saw the war. Some of us, we are schooled about what happened, and we saw the remnants of what happened. Therefore, we cannot let go. We know that the forces against a tiny Biafra is overwhelming. But at the end of the day, we are Biafrans. Biafrans don't die. Biafrans multiply. We re-multiply. We must get our freedom. There's no question about it. We know the Europeans are joining forces against us, the Americans, and the big devil, the British. They are there. We now see the handwork of the Russians encroaching gradually, building a police station in Biafra land to see what we're going to do. All of you are going to live in shame. Africa is waiting for Biafra to come so that we can emerge and be a very powerful continent. It's going to happen, and that's why the white people are afraid. We haven't done anything wrong to anybody. We must get our Biafra, and all roads lead to Biafra. We say it is either Biafra or Biafra. We take nothing else. Otherwise, we shall all perish, and we'll take along with us all the people and everything that is on our way. All the collateral damages will follow. Whoever that is, you can think about that. Most of the previous speakers have said most of the things I would like to say. I ask all Biafrans, whether you're in America, in a diaspora, or back home, to continue to pray for the release of our leader, to continue to pray for his good health. Our leader must be released unconditionally, and the zoo must obey the conditions of his release, which includes but not limited to paying him back for all the atrocities they rendered to him. We should also remember that he has lost so much, the 28 men, his parents, cousins, his wife's parents. Why would we lose all those people and we give up today? It's not going to happen. It is not ever going to happen. Wait and see what is coming to you. We're asking the world to give us a referendum, not that you have the referendum in your hand. Leave us alone. Let's conduct a referendum which is allowed all over the place, especially all over Europe. Britain got out of European Union. There are so many other members of the UK that are clamoring to get their referendum. They are getting it. Why can't Biafra get their own? Is it because we are black? If we are black, then why are you afraid of us? Allow us a common ground to compete with you. Allow us a common ground to compete with you in a fair way. We are the most peaceful human beings on earth. We like good things. We love lives. We don't kill anybody. We have not killed anybody. All we are asking is for referendum. And that referendum we must get. Nothing but freedom. I thank you all, dear friends. Remain blessed. Deputy HOD, over.
Yes, thank you so much, Mazi. Well spoken. And I will now extend the microphone to our Central United States representative in the person of Mazi Samson Emamadu. Mazi Samson Emamadu, please, can you please take up the microphone and address Biafra? Thank you so much.
Yeah, Deputy. My name is Pope Samson Emamadu, and I hail from Umuahia in Biafra land. I serve this great family of IPOB as the coordinator for the Central and Eastern region of the USA. First of all, I want to give all the glory unto the Lord who is the King of glory, the Lord of Abraham, of Isaac, of Jacob, the Lord of Biafra, the Lord of Onyen Dumazuna Dekano. All glory be unto his holy name. Biafrans all over the world, I greet you all as we continue to await the release of our leader, of Hamadika of Biafra land, Onyen Dumazuna Dekano. And the Lord has called, liberate his people, take us out of this damnation, out of this sorrow, out of this misery, out of this suffering. A man who has only asked for the freedom of his people, nothing else. And then broken every law known to man. The people of this world, the enemies of Biafra, both foreign and local, renditioned him and took him to the zoo. And then all the court in the zoo have released him. The appeal court, Umuahia High Court, have released him because they cannot say otherwise. When the Lord has put words in the mouth of those judges, they cannot do otherwise. I wonder why these children of perdition cannot understand. I wonder why they cannot see the signs. The Biafran issue has become an albatross around the neck of so-called civilized world. So-called. During the genocidal war instigated by Britain in 1967, we know America was involved in Vietnam. We didn't really know what position they took, what side they took in that genocidal war against the Biafran people. Where over 5 million Biafrans got annihilated. And up to this day and time, nobody talks anything about that genocide against Biafran people. All we hear is elections, elections, elections. Elections, elections, elections. A people numbering over 70 million are asking for a referendum to be free. We know when the pilgrims left Europe, and they traveled away, they ran away from Europe out of persecution. They came over here. They say it's a newfound land. Erected the Statue of Liberty. They believe all men are created equal. That is the same freedom the Biafran people seek. And it is our right to be free. It is our right to be free. Our leader has done nothing wrong. And their courts have said that. Discharged him and acquitted him. A man who holds British citizenship. And Britain is there not saying anything. And then a British ambassador will be gallivanting all over the zoo, asking the people there to remain one. Oh, please remain one, remain one. What is wrong with these people who call themselves Nigerians? Are they normal human beings? No wonder you call them dead bodies, Mazi Jonathan. I don't know what other adjective to qualify these people with. A nation that has terrorists all over the place, killing on a daily basis, slaughtering people on a daily basis. If people were normal there, they should be talking about self-determination, holding the impostor to account. Holding the impostor accountable, calling for a referendum for various ethnic nationalities to determine their future. Rather, they are talking about elections. Are these people not shameless people? Are these people normal human beings? A clip I had at your program yesterday, Mazi Jonathan, a professor, a recorded speech of a professor, who said the most educated Africans have become the most stupid. And I can't agree more. They actually are. Because a lot of them are all over the place in the Western world, enjoying the civilization of the Western world. And they cannot even lend their voice to save their own people back in Africa. They are busy relishing awards upon awards that are being given to them. The same people giving you awards are laughing at them. Oh, intellectuals of African descent, rise up. Think about your motherland. Think home. Today now we know the position of America, because nobody is going to tell me that they don't know about the terrorist groups and activities in the sea. They know about Boko Haram. They know about Mietiala. They know about ISIS in West Africa, ISWAP. One thing I want to assure the world is that nobody can stop the restoration of Biafra. You all are great astrologers. You go and watch the crystal balls. You must have seen the coming of Biafra, and you think you can stop it? You are kidding. Because the generation of Biafrans were born for this purpose. Nothing is going to stop the restoration of Biafra. Any man or woman or nation who think they can, they should try the best they can and see the result of it. Now, you all brought religion to Africa. We are going to show you that we are the people who are really called by the name of the Lord. We are the chosen of the Lord. We are going to teach you what you don't know. I will advise all the foreign enemies of Biafra ganging up, making all your clandestine meetings, supporting the zoo, a failed state, in a shambolic election, all because you want to stop Biafra. You're wasting your damn time. Nobody, you cannot stop the restoration of Biafra. So Biafrans all over the world, particularly those back home, please continue to listen to Radio Biafra. That is where you get the authentic message. If it doesn't come from the Radio Biafra, then it's not true. If it's not signed by the head of our directorate, Mazi Tony Nzurumike, it is not true. If it's not something emanating from the Media and Publicity Secretary, enough powerful, then it's completely false. Please listen to the authentic news from Radio Biafra and save your life. Because all the enemy has is to kill. All they've been doing is to kill. Aren't you guys tired of killing? All in an effort to rubbish IPOB, all in an effort to frustrate IPOB. They go into Biafra land, go into churches, murder people, and say it's IPOB. create a useless military outfit, security outfit, they call it Mubagu. These are the Janjaweed, slaughtering and killing people in Biafra land. We know all of these things. But I assure you all that you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time. We call for the unconditional release of our leader, Mazi Tony Nzurumike, who has done nothing wrong, who has already been discharged and acquitted. We better not touch the anointed of the Lord, the children of perdition. We want you now to release him unconditionally, because he's done nothing wrong. Because our freedom we must get. Biafra we must get. We must restore Biafra. A people numbering over 70 million. You want to keep subjugating us forever. Suppress us under a pseudo-amorphous contraption. That's never going to happen. Biafra must be restored. IPOB USA, we urge you to remain strong. We urge you to remain focused. We urge you to remain disciplined. I greet you all. Ndewo
once again, Mazi, our central representative, United States, as usual. Thank you so much for that very rendition. At this juncture, we would like the microphone to now shift to, I don't know if Mazi Zayuba, are you available? Mazi Zayuba, are you available for a brief time for our people?
Yes, Mazi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, Mazi. Go ahead as brief as you can.
All right. Thank you very much, Deputy Head of Directorates, and also members of the DOS who are here, and of course my own regard to Mazi Abanyama, who I'm deputizing directly. Of course, I will not hesitate to greet Biafrans good evening from wherever you are. My reference to Mazi Nzurumike, our indefatigable leader, which has been standing tall and fighting very hard for Biafra restoration. Honestly speaking, I must say this time around that before the Biafrans worldwide, that I will continue to stand side by side with Mazi Nzurumike as long as Chukwuka Kabiama gives me strength until this Biafra is restored. There's nothing that is gonna change our mind. We can never buckle at any pressure. We are not going to give any advancements to the enemy or any sign that we are weak to restore this Biafra. No matter how long it's going to take us, we're going to make sure that this our generation will fight to the happy end, not to the bitter end this time. This time we're going to fight to the happy end. Of course, my regard to his family, who are also continuously standing tall and also together with us. Having said that, my name remains Mazi Tony. I am from Mbise in Owura province, so I reside here in Ireland. By the special grace of Chukwuka Kabiama, I am serving the Biafrans in the capacity of the European Deputy European Rep. This evening, I just want to say something to reassure our people that we are all in together for this, and we are not going to retreat. We are not going to surrender. As long as this Biafra restoration is concerned, we're going to give 100% our strength to make sure that this Biafra is restored within our time. My heartfelt and sincere condolences goes to Biafrans and Enugu, our people in Enugu, that we got the information this afternoon, or early this morning, not this afternoon, early this morning, that they were on a heavy siege by the Fulani terrorists, and we are letting the world know that we are sitting in our home, and this Fulani terrorists sponsored by the Nigerian government, invaded our community, start killing our people. And this has been going on long before even IPOB, and now that IPOB is here, that is the only time you are beginning to see this in a public domain. And I have also tweeted this. My people should follow me on Mazi Tony Nzurumike officials and on Twitter, and I'm there, and also Mazi Samuru and a whole lot of other officers that are also tweeting. It's very, very important we let our concern being heard to the wider range of the community leaders, so that they will understand what we're going through. The British and her cohort have decided to suppress everything that has to do with the killing and the inhuman treatment that has been meted on our people since 1945 up until this very moment. In 1967, they killed us over 7 million and closely to 10 million, and left over 9 million internal refugees. We will have to continue to be saying this until it starts sinking in. And they have not stopped until this very moment. They were killing us because of the oil and the resources in our land. And this is something that they can easily negotiate and deal with the people that are actually. Please, I'm getting distorted. Somebody interrupting, please. Who is not talking to mute, please. Thank you very much. Yes, Biafrans. So I want to make sure to let Biafrans know that we're not going to back down, and we must continue to tweet and follow comrades on Twitter, and make sure you tweet everything, and make sure you share some information, because Facebook have decided to make sure that some of the news that we are bringing out through that platform, that it will not be allowed to be put out there in the public, and they keep suspending some comrades' accounts. I can tell you, a number of us has been suspended 3 months, 2 months, just to make sure that they silence what is happening in Biafra land. Not even only in Africa, but specifically in Biafra land, because of the natural resources that the Almighty Chukwu Kabiama have used to bless us. We are not going to, as our leader have said in the past, we are not going to keep this for ourselves. We will still going to share it to the international community, or those who want to do a genuine business with us. But what we are not going to continue to accept, and this our generation is going to resist at any cost, is to sit in our own homes, allowing these people who come from Niger and Mali and Lake Chad Basin to come and murder us in our land. We are letting the world know that we are not going to let what happened 1967, 1970, where they came in our land, snuff life out of us. We're not going to let that happen anymore. We are just saying this, not because we cannot do anything now. We are saying this so that the whole entire world will hear what is going on and how we've been besieged in our own homes. As we all know, British recently just left the European Union. Europeans happens to be Christians, believing in the same thing, the same system they have here, and they decided to walk the way for whatever reason best known to them. And recently, I have to say this in the public, recently, here in Ireland, which is less than 5 million, not up to 5 million, less than 5 million population, they just swapped government just in less than 24 hours. Go and check it. You can Google it. They just swapped leadership after 2.5 years. And nobody came here to meddle into their affairs. We did not see British High Commissioner here gallivanting and summoning President's meeting. We did not see other world leaders meddling into the affairs here. It did not happen here. But you can see the British with impunity and their hypocritical tendencies meddling into the affairs of our people, watching our people's life being snuffed out of them. But they decided not to say anything. They decided not to hear anything. They decided not to see anything. For all these years, for nearly 100 years and more and counting, British has been stealing oil from Biafra land. Not only that they are stealing oil from Biafra land, they are also using it to pollute our land without giving us anything in return. 70 million people. There are countries in Europe that are independent that are less than 500,000. Less than 500,000. We have not heard on the news or read British going there meddling into them, into their internal affairs. They claim that all politicals are domestic. But in happen our own, they will call this our people to Chantan House to portray them. And people are looking at these people. And people are looking at these people. Our people back home, Africans, are looking at these people. Before you become anything in your own land, you have to travel from your land to the Britain, to Chatham House, to prove British that you can be able to govern your people. This is the worst humiliation of the century. The worst of it all. Proving that we are incapable. But IPOB is here, Mazi Tony is here. We are here to reverse that. And we have proven that. Mazi Tony remains IPOB leader ever live. And we are warning British, warning those who are still disobeying court order, that Mazi Tony must be released. I have said this before, and we are going to say this now again. He killed us over 7.2 million with the record we have here. Confirm the record we have here. Over 7.2 million. 9 million internal refugees. This time around, we're going to give you 30 million to make sure that Biafra is restored. There's no amount of anything, subterfuge, no amount of killing, no amount of arming Fulani herdsmen to invade our communities that will stop us. We're not going to give up. By the way, it's appointed once man to die. Every man living on this planet Earth at some stage will die. So it's not going to make any difference to us. What matters to us, what way did you die? It's better for us to live one day with our respect and dignity than to live as a slave at the hand of British and their orchestrated Nigeria that they created, handed over the Fulani for 1,000 years. We are not going to allow that to happen. We're going to fight to the bitter end. We're going to make sure that this Biafra that we are talking about is restored in truth and honesty. We are encouraging our people to remain resolute, remain focused. Know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have given everything humanly possible and still remaining strong. We want our people to continue to be loyal to the leadership of this movement. And this is why they have constantly and consistently attacking every structure that have been put in place to uphold this Biafra restoration project. But they have failed. We have said that before. No piece of our territory that will be given to Fulanis. We are letting the world know. No single piece, no single inch of our territory will be handed over to the Fulani, because we have not gone to Senegambia to look for any piece of territory of Fulanis there. We have not gone to Mali to look for any piece of territory of Fulanis there. We have not gone to Zimbabwe to look for any piece of territories of Fulanis over there. So therefore, you have no right to come in our land, to decimate our people, to destroy our land and crops. One thing that we have showed the British, your crime, since you have refused to do the needful, we are going to make sure we educate our children and unborn children over the crime that you have committed in our land. The killings that you have started since 1945 up until this very day. We are going to make sure that our children will pass this information to them. Remember, this is not that stone age that when you commit your crime, you will use some other information to cover it. This time around, we are witness to it. And we are letting the Fulanis that the Nigerian government are sponsoring to come in our land to do damage and kill. We want to let you know that you are buying a mortgage that you will pay for 1,000 years. We are letting you know it's better you did the needful now. If you want to stay in our land, stay with legitimacy. You can buy a piece of land. You can establish business in a genuine way, and our land will protect you. But if you're going about doing what you're doing, raping our women and killing them, we are telling you now, you are buying a mortgage. We will never in this life forgive you. If you did not pay directly now, your children will pay. We are telling you now. We are warning you now. With the killings, the raping you are doing in our land, you are buying a mortgage in our generation and our generation to come. Because we can never, and we will never forgive you. We will never forget all this atrocity that you have committed in our land. And we are letting our people know that this is something that we need to put in our archives. Nobody can do this fight for us. British left EU without any reason. But they want us to remain in a contraction where Nigeria only exists on the blood of Igbo race and Biafran people. We are no longer going to allow that to continue to happen. We are not going to allow this to continue to, exceed this time. One of the problems I believe that we have had up on this very moment, which I have said this before and I have to repeat this again. What happened to us as a race is because all these years, and mainly since after the Biafran War, there was no umbrella, no organization, no group that was there to protect our people or to organize our people after Ikemba himself, People's General. Ohaneze and Igbo failed to do what they're supposed to do. They allowed our people to be carved into Kogi State, into some part, the northern part of the zoo, where they don't even belong to the north. And their own Igbo race look like they have rejected them. Fulani can decide at any given time, launch attack into any community of these areas, Igbo community in these areas, and they'll be killed. Ohaneze and Igbo will not say that these people who are speaking the same language with me are my brothers. They are not supposed to be abandoned or carved into an area that they did not belong to. They have failed in all scores. They allowed our women to be raped. The pride of every race in this world, the pride of every community, every human being in this world is their women. That is why we cannot forgive the criminal in Finland that exposed the nakedness of our woman. Regardless is her offense, regardless of disagreement, regardless their problem. You cannot do that. You can't take the nude of an Igbo woman and expose it to the public. And now you want to restore Biafra. You want to come and claim that you are fighting for Biafra. You took the nude of an Igbo mother. What did she do to you? And you went and posted it on a social media worldwide, and coming now to talk to the people you think that you are smarter than. Anybody supporting this criminal, anybody supporting this fraud, this low life pervert, we will have you on a record. That when Biafra comes, we will bring your record. Anybody making contribution to this criminal, this fraudster, that we have make sure now, we are making sure now that the government in Europe here will apprehend this criminal. A cold-hardened criminal that has nothing to contribute, has no life. He claimed that he's a legal miner and a legal practitioner. Tell me a lawyer that would do this nonsense. Tell me. Tell me. Even in the zoo, tell me which lawyer that will do this. Tell me any legal miner that will come and blackmail a lawyer that have won a case of our leader. Instead of this criminal to talk about the freedom of our leader, he's now talking about how to feed him every month. That our people, does Mazi Nnamdi Kanu deserve this sacrifice he's making? Do you think that anything can stop Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from deciding to abandon us, or the Igbo race to be destroyed and walked away there? He decided to stay to make sure that his own people are free. And somebody is sitting somewhere making a very useless video telling you that he will be giving him money every month. So imagine now the Kanu that is running a mega movement like this, like IPOB. So we cannot be able to take care of our leader if need be. Our people will need to wake up and make sure that this Biafra restoration, that the effort Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have put in place is not a waste. But anybody thinking that we're going to back down on this Biafra restoration quest, anybody dreaming about it, if Katrina Lang she can go anywhere in Biafra land and bribe every community leader, because this is what they did in those days. This is a woman that is half mixed. The same thing Freddie Lugard is a half mixed, not a full-blooded British. He's a half mix, I think Indian and half British. Now you see this one, half British and half Japanese. A woman that destroyed Zimbabwe. Try everything possible best in her power to assassinate Mugabe. But they are here in UK having their peaceful stuff. Their youth are going about here, enjoying their life, living their life every weekend, doing party. Idera God is in detention. For what crime? But this woman will go in the coastal region of Biafra land, and our people will come out to embrace a killer of our people. This is the highest insult of order. In this our generation, we're not going to let that to continue. If British can walk away from their European Union, Biafrans has 100% right to self-determination. Some of us who are living here are doing a legitimate job, contributing to their economy. But they came in our land, decide to pollute our land, decide to destroy our ecosystem, decide also to destroy us as a race, meddling into affairs, internal affairs. This all the way from UK, all the way from Britain, all the way. Something that no high commissioner have done what this woman is doing in Nigeria and Africa at large. No high commissioner have summoned any meeting, going into communities here in Britain. You will be arrested the same day as they did to UK Kuremadu. But this woman is going around with impunity, watching life being snuffed out of us, watching our women being killed every blessed day, watching a pregnant woman being killed. And this woman will come and people will come out to welcome this woman. That's no longer going to happen again. As I said, my sincere condolences to our people in Enugu, that so many of them have lost their life today. In fact, since nearly 3 weeks now, Enugu has been under siege. And I also want to thank our ESN operatives that are doing the needful. Had it been that ESN is not there in our land, everything would have become a different story today. I want to really appreciate those who are loyal to this leadership. It's not all about who is sitting at the top. It's about having a structure, an umbrella that is bringing our people together. An umbrella that is looking after our people. An umbrella that is speaking on behalf of our people. Create Igbo, Ohaneze Ndigbo, and Igbo Union, and other stuff they have in place that never, ever achieved in this life. We have World Igbo Congress. They call themselves World Igbo Congress. But what are they doing? When one stupid, useless human being in Finland is killing his own people, if he actually come from Igbo land, he did not go and stop Fulani herdsmen in our bushes. He did not go and stop any soldier destroying our properties. He decided to take his own war against our people in our own land, in our communities, in the marketplace. This is where this guy is staging an attack on our people, claiming that he's forcing sit at home. They said they are doing an election in February, and he's doing sit at home now against February. How does this thing he did now connect to February? How? And people will not ask this question to him. I saw when a Yoruba man was asking him question, he could not answer a simple question. He was saying that the Yoruba boy should speak Nigerian. He should speak like a Nigerian. Somebody's asking you a question. You are saying that he must speak like a Nigerian. So what you are saying is you are proving that you are an agent of the zoo. Because of the guy who was speaking in a place that you are for many years. He thinks that everybody is like him, that he's so timid, that cannot brush up. Somebody that lives in a society for many years, that society will influence your life and also how you look and how you speak. As Mazi Tony said the other day, that if you see our youth back home, the way they stand around, and see the youth here, the way they stand around, you will know that there are a huge difference, because our people lack that training. But in Europe here, they train them. So somebody living in a society that is well organized and disciplined, their attitude will also, their way of speaking will also show you. But the experiment said that somebody who has lived in England for years, so he must speak in Nigerian before he will continue the conversation. He caught the guy's phone and foolishly come on social media and post that. And you see our people, learned people in America, professors, contributing to this idiot. After he collect the money, he will come and dance on social media for them. And that is how he's getting Biafra for them. Lift a knife, a sword. And that is it. So Mazi Tony, you think he's stupid? That did exactly the same thing Jesus did. Some of you that believe in Jesus. Going around, meeting people. And nobody in Europe, in the Western world, that have not met Mazi Tony. You know where he comes from. You know his family. And where did this guy come from? Where did this guy meet you? Today, I am talking to you from our meeting here, our end of the year get together here. We are doing fundraising here. I am talking from the hall here, where I am. Contributing my own quarters. This guy will sit on a camera and start talking jargon and issuing order that almost what we lost in these 5 days, nonsense he talks about. Number of our people and the access the Fulani herdsmen had through this phantom rubbish that he put in place has never occurred in IPOB for many years, since Mazi Tony lead IPOB. Mazi Tony never want to allow anything happen within our area. But this idiot was arming people to go in the market to kill our own people for Fulanis, helping Fulanis to kill our people. He will go to jail here. We are looking for, he will go to jail. It's a problem. Everybody will see it. He will go to jail here. And when it happened, we will tell you that we did it. Mazi, thank you very much for listening to me. Remain resolute. Remain loyal to this structure. It's not about Mazi Chike, the leader. It's not about Mazi Nzurumike, the deputy. It's not about even me either. It's about having something that you can look upon and know. If you have your complaint, you complain here. We have made out available number that you can contact if there is anything suspicious happening in your community. You contact that number. Imagine the whole entire East has nothing like that. It's only IPOB. We are the one also writing letters here to the government to protect our people who escape from the zoo political persecution. No other race, no other community here that has done that are doing it. UN respond to us here when we write to them. They know of what we are going through. And somebody is trying to distract you to go against those people that have sacrificed a lot. Know who loves you and who is fighting for you. We have spoken with our heart here. We are speaking, we have poured our heart open before our people that we meant well for them. None of us is being paid. We are sacrificing. I'm here today. I have made my own contribution and my own support to the Eastern Security Network. I didn't this. I support. I have given my own donation because I want my people to be free. I want my people to enjoy at least a small thing that they are producing in our own land. To stay in our own land in peace and with dignity. And after we might have finished this project, Biafra will be respected. Anywhere you see a Biafran, he will be respected. Even though now they are respecting Biafrans now. If you want to have any conversation with any Western person here or any white man here, once you mention Biafra, they will stand around and they will want to know more about Biafra. But once you mention Nigeria, you are finished. That conversation will die there immediately. We have destroyed Nigeria completely internationally. Nothing left of Nigeria. Look at even their new currency. Have gone from bad to even worse. Nigeria is finished. Anybody hoping on Nigeria, forget about what they are talking about, their jamboree that is coming up in 2 years, in a 2 months time. We are not going to be a part of it. We're not going to be a part of it because we have rejected them and we have rejected anything that has to do with them. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I said, may Chukwu Kabiyama continue to give us strength and remain resolute. Continue to support this movement. Don't let anybody to distract you. Don't let anybody to push you to go against the structure that have led you for nearly 10 years now. Don't. On this, I said, Biafra will be restored, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will soon join us. Nothing will happen to him. Thank you very much for listening to me. I remain Mazi Aizayoba from here. Thank you very much. And microphone back to our Deputy Head of Directorate. Thank you.
Thank you once again. That was Mazi Oba, the Deputy European Rep. Well spoken, Mazi. This microphone now has to go to, I don't know if Mazi Nachi is in the house. Mazi Nachi, if you're here, please pick this microphone and address Biafrans very, very briefly, please. If you are available, Mazi Nachi, our South American continental rep, please take up the microphone. Mazi Nachi doesn't seem to be here. I'm sure I've gone round the table. I would at this juncture ask Mazi, in case I think we can take very, very, very few questions. I know many people would like to call in and ask questions and all that. Please, no contribution to anything, or like will I say speech making and all that. We will be able to entertain very, very, very few questions. I think like 5 of them, after which we'll now roll into the vote of thanks phases. So please, Mazi, Jonathan, I don't know if you're hearing me. Mazi Jonathan. Mazi Jonathan, are you hearing me, or are you on mute? All right. Without any delay, we still have a lot of things on board. like Mazi, Oba, and many of them have spoken. The bottom line is that we are still facing challenges. There are some issues still coming in, even as we speak. I'm not sure. I think yes, we have some informations coming in. I don't know, by way of breaking news, that some, natural slaves.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Called Agala people.
Mazi, can you hear me? I'm here, please.
I can now hear you, but let me just say what I want to say just right now. Get back to you.
Okay, go on.
Breaking news that natural slaves. We have natural slaves, a group of indigenous, called Agala people, who have decided they are from Benue State. These are the people across the so-called middle belt that we do cherish, we do protect them, we do speak for them, we always advocate for them and their interest. That somehow these same so-called Agala people decided to now join forces with Fulani terrorists and decided to orchestrate mayhem and genocide in Biafra land in a place called Eha Amufu in Enugu State. The people of Eha Amufu in Enugu State have been invaded. There is a killing spree going on as we speak. People have fled their homes, are running helter-skelter looking for where to have themselves protected. Biafrans, this is happening because the so-called governors are inept. They are completely without teeth. These people are sitting there answering governors for their own kitchen and their own family and their own pockets. While our people every day without any help, without any person taking up the microphone in the government house to speak on their behalf, yet they are called governors who are supposed to protect lives and properties, but none is the case. They are there as our people have been killed, mayhem is going on, and destroyed lives and properties are being destroyed as we speak. We saw the other day that Mieti Allah came up to speak and made some claims somehow that young people in Southeast are somehow evacuating and getting rid of their people out of our land and all that, different claims which are not true. We have our people who are victims themselves. The least we have done is to defend ourselves as little as we can. Now the obvious is clear. They are killing our people once again, and you will see Mieti Allah, the very, very political wing of this very terrorist group, keeping quiet as the killings continue. They know what they're doing. This is well orchestrated, well supported by Asurok, well supported by Tony Blair, and well supported by British, because they don't care about black man's life. It's about the reduction of the numbers of black people. That's what for them, that's what's all about. But we are Biafrans, our lives are precious. Our lives are so dear to us, and we are going to resist this very killing. Our men will have to go against this very killing spree and stand firm and tall against the enemies who are hovering on all fronts, that we might claim our lands once again, that those of them being chased away from their villages and hamlets and their towns in a place called Eha Amufu. Eha Amufu people must return their territory. They must stay put in their land. That is where God created them. That is what God made them to stay. This is for all of you to know what we are into. The killings have continued. They have decided to make this very time of merriment a very, very gruesome time against our people. That is the time they have chosen. That is why everybody must remain very, very vigilant going forward. Look around and check out the back of your fellow Biafran at all times, and alert our people, bring very home the very essence of awareness, that our people will rise up and always be, vigilant, knowing that we are all surrounded by enemies at all times, But we must resist with that. We have no choice. Biafrans have no choice. At this very juncture, Mazi, I did mention that we're going to take few questions. Just very few questions, just about 5 questions, and then we will go into vote of thanks. Thank you very much. Mazi, Jonathan, if you are there, please go ahead.
And there were Mazi, our deputy HOD. Thank you very much. Sorry for before, because it is the sound, the system. I was speaking, but it was not coming out until I have to do something. Now, I think before I continue, I have some questions, but let me take it with just few questions, which are in the minds or the lips of people. Anyway, first of all, I want to ask this: is there any problem in the German IPOB family? I want to ask this to the Continental Rep, most probably. Is there any problem in the German family of IPOB, please?
Mazi Jonathan, I don't know if you can hear me.
The whole world is hearing you clearly, not only me, please. Go on.
And thank you for the question. My name once again is Mazi Abaim, the European representative of the IPOB. And the answer to your question is no. Germany, of course, is very intact. As European rep, I can confidently tell you what is happening in every country in Europe, because I'm in touch with not only the national coordinator, but most of the people that are hardcore in each country. I take time to take their calls and listen to their complaints and their suggestions and ideas. We have no problem in Germany, but since our leader has been kidnapped in Kenya and extraordinary rendition to Nigeria, things have never been the same. You have one infiltrator here and there, those who have been misguided, some of them have been misled, some of them were deceived, and unfortunately, these are the people that we are claiming to stand with our leader, come what may. And in a very short period of time, some of them have derailed, to their own detriment and probably to their own peril. There are those who are also trying to instigate problems here and there. But I tell you, this leadership of IPOB, headed by Mazi Tony, when the media warriors tell you that the doors are wise, they are not mincing word, especially the person called Mazi Ikenga Urago. He used to say this in his broadcast, that the doors are wise. And it's not just overstatement. It tells you how thoughtful the leadership is. And because of that gift of wisdom, and of course the grace of Chukwu Abiyama that has been upon us, we try to make the best out of every situation, despite the fierce attack that is coming from left, right, and center from the infiltrators, those who have been, bought over to sell this agitation, but they have all fared woefully. So in every country, Germany included, we have those ones who are concocting lies, trying to influence the decision of this movement, because of selfish interest. They are trying to see what they can do to derail our struggle or to bring confusion or distraction to this leadership. But they are dead on arrival. I will tell you that we don't have any problem. Germany remains intact. The leadership in Germany are doing great work. The coordinators, the national coordinator, and every member of IPOB in Germany I have to commend them with this opportunity for doing a great work. And Germany has been doing well for the last few years. So my answer to you is yes, we don't have any problem, but there are infiltrators everywhere who are trying to cause problem, but they are dead on arrival. Thank you.
There were Mazi. The second direct question, I want to just inquire whether do we have a family in this Caribbean island, Jamaica?
Mazi Jonathan, are you there?
Yes. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I was asking whether we have a family, IPOB family in Jamaica, because I know some time ago one brother had been calling me from there to say talk about the family in Jamaica. Because of many of our people are there, so I don't know the Caribbean rep. I don't know whether you're hearing me.
Yeah, Mazi, you will please forward that contact to me. We'll get it coordinated. Forward me that contact.
Okay.
Apart from that, just want to add to Mazi Abahim. He was very, very correct. Germany is very stable. There might be some maniacs who are trying to raise dust and incendiary where there is none. When people are working peacefully and the lattices are completely strong, all we need to do is to consolidate and support and move and march ahead and make sure that the excesses of this very movement is achieved, and not the other way around, and not because of personal interest and egoism and egocentrism and all whatnot. That is what we see happening these days, unfortunately. But those are angels of the devil, who, of course, the good angels will not want to destroy what Chukwu Abịama has put in place, except the angels of the devil. But one thing is very clear: those of them who are tempting this very territory, they are in for everlasting destruction. That I can assure them. They must be very, very careful. They must be very, very careful. I do keep quiet when it comes to Germany, but this time it's like they're taking it too far. Those of them who are trying to cause confusion must be very, very careful. The leadership is in touch with our leader. In case of anything, there is a line of communication for the leadership, and we are in touch with our leader, and we know how far and where we are with that on that very issue. The national coordinator, so far so good, doing a good job. All the zonal coordinators working so hard and as seriously, and maintaining tranquility and maintaining integrity of this very hallowed movement, and everything working fine. For anybody to suggest otherwise must be only trying to sow a seed of discord, and that will not be tolerated going forward, and not from those who are not meant to meddle into affairs of coordination. Administrative activities is not for everybody to meddle with. If you are not in that very corner, please, like the zoo people will say, stay in your lane and park one side. Thank you very much, and go ahead in case you have another question.
Yes, I have, because after this I will just open the line and take just 2 questions or 3, if need be. Please, for your information, if you want to ask question or be among the just 2 or 3 people, you can call on WhatsApp. Only WhatsApp. Do not call any other line. Please. The WhatsApp line is +61 405 142 547. Strictly for question. If you don't have any question, do not call, please. Now, let me repeat the number again. WhatsApp only +61 405 142 547. Now, Mazi, the other question I have is about the American family. Owing to what has happened severally in this movement. People, many from IPOB family see America now in a negative way. Now my question is, which is in the lips of many other people, how is the American family faring? Because there have been many hiccups, not only this time, many times. And some people believe that nothing good comes out of America again in this movement, as long as this movement is concerned. Therefore, that is why I want to ask for clarity. How is the American family faring in this time around, please?
Yes, Mazi, if that question is for me,
anybody can take it.
All right. In fact, I will want to give it to our two reps from United States to tap into that very question. If they're here, I would like any of them to pick it up. Baba Chijioke, you're here, or Mazi Memadu, please go ahead and handle that question, please, as brief as you can.
Please, Mazi, any person unmute yourself so that you can be able to speak. Baba Chijioke is on mute.
Okay. All right, I'll speak. Can you hear me, Mazi?
The whole world is hearing you. Go on. You're crystal clear.
Okay, good. About America. America is doing very well now. You know, a huge chunk of the problem we experienced in IPOB recently, you know, occurred here in America. Majority of the infiltrators were here in America. As a result, that is the reason, you know, some people might think America is no longer stable. But you've seen that, you know, because before our leader was extraordinarily renditioned, our leader paid, you know, much attention to America. He was dealing with so many, you know, people here in America, and then unfortunately that rendition occurred. Like I said, we had so many infiltrators in America, Nelly Ofebu, Uyibise, you know, and a lot of other principal officers, principal servants, who are autopiloters. So, but moving forward, since we discovered all of these anomalies, and we pledge our loyalty, you know, to the HDOS, Mazi Tony Nzurumike, we've been trying to fix everything, put things back in place. And I can assure you that as it were today, America is doing very well. We are moving forward. But let's not forget that we had two other regional coordinators that later on fell apart, you know, that went with the autopiloters. So those are the people who are causing confusion. And together with that woman called, you know, Nanyanya, and, you know, people who have been indefinitely suspended, more or less they've been dismissed, you know. So they keep doing their own thing anyway, you know. So, but we make sure that those of the members we have with us who believe in IPOB under our leader and under Mazi Tony conform to the structure of IPOB leadership. You know, we make sure that they follow instructions, they follow the chain of command, and I can assure you that, you know, we're making progress. And some of the gullibles who went away with those deceitful people, those infiltrators, the one that called himself Ogbuefi, and, you know, the Lizon group, Chinyaronwiyi, and Dinwachukwu, Ndidi Awurum, Tochukwu Ikwamusi, and all the bunch of infiltrators and autopiloters. Some who have eventually realized that they are mistaken, they were, you know, deceived by those people. they are coming back to the fold. And I can assure IPOB members worldwide that once they are coming back, we are making them take the oath, anew. They'll take the oath afresh. And we are keeping a very close watch on everybody. So IPOB worldwide, we are here to make sure that Baba Chijioke and myself will make sure that we get USA working again. Thank you.
Well, okay. Let's go to the line because people. I don't know whether.
This is Baba Chijioke. May I add something to what said? Yes, Pope said it all. But I just, like I spoke before, I want to make it certain to give assurance to IPOB USA that we are forging ahead, that the family of IPOB USA is intact. No question about it. Now, we had a lot of challenges when the likes of Chinyere Onwunye of Lezon, with a cohort called Chinwedi Nwachukwu, trying to overtake the leadership of USA. We told them that cannot happen. These people are not believers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or the DOS. Absolutely not. We did not realize that in the beginning, but we caught it on time and we disabled them. They cannot come to Radio Biafra. They cannot, even they have abandoned IPOB. So as far as I'm concerned, or we are concerned, that liaison is now it's not operational. But we are fighting hard to make sure all those accounts Chinwedi Nwachukwu open to siphon money from gullible Biafrans are closed. Does not work. She opened the IPOB worldwide and trying to use several means to for people to put money there, different avenues, like TransferWise, like GoFundMe, like well, people putting money directly, either credit card or what's not, into that account. We're trying to make sure it does not work. This woman has no job. These people send money to people in Germany to keep them afloat. And these are the people that they believe in. Mazi Pope said it. And the big elephant in the room called Canon Tax. We've really rendered them useless. Now people are calling us from different families in the United States to come back. They now realize these people, they believe in Ekperema, Simon Ekpa. Okay? They no longer talk about IPOB. Now all they talk about is what did they call them? I've forgotten their name.
It's not even important. It's not important.
Autopilot.
our hard-earned money to the Umweli account in Oregon. Mazi Amokama. He has been removed. Okay? And we have a new coordinator. His name is Ekene Powell Abaku, a henchman, a true Biafra. He pays his dues and send it through California because he could not pay it into the account established by Amokama, so that it doesn't continue to go to what do you call it, Oyibo.
What's his last name again? Ekene Powell again?
His first name is Ekene, middle name Powell, last name Abaku of Oregon. Yes. All right. Okay. He is duly sworn in. He pays his dues, current, everything through California. He's the new Oregon coordinator. Now, if I misspoke, I don't think I did. If I misspoke and said that the Russians are building police stations in Biafra land, that's not true. I mean to say the Chinese, with impunity, building a police station in Biafra land, going to be precise. That cannot happen. That cannot continue to happen. They are doing it at their own detriment. Maybe this is a testing ground to what is yet to come from them. They will regret it. They need to dismantle that police station. We are Biafrans. Overall, IPOB USA is intact. And there are many people around that come to us and tell us that they are with us. And IPOB, we're doing well. We have a good amount of money for ESN. I'm not gonna say it. We just concluded our ESN fundraising, and the HOD is going to convene a meeting of the regionals and the financial people to give account of all the money we've collected to date, and we give account to the penny and leave it up to the DOS to tell us what to do with it. No going back. There one.
There were. Caller on WhatsApp, please ask your question in 3 minutes, please. Yeah. Restrict your question to 3 minutes.
Mazi,
yes.
Mazi,
go on.
After this question, I would like the national coordinator of South Africa to come up with a short, very, very short presentation, and I think he would like to lead after his presentation. So let's entertain this call, and we'll go to the South African national coordinator. Mazi Ogechuko. Go ahead, Mazi.
There were. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me, please? Go on to your question.
Yeah, I can hear you, Mazi.
There were.
Good evening, sir.
There were. Welcome to the program.
I greet our brothers, the DOS. I greet everybody. You guys are doing a great job. I don't really have a question, Sha. What I want, I just want to make a request. It's about the Radio Biafra FMs in Biafra land. You know, during 2015, we have this very strong transmitter that is covering almost the whole of Port Harcourt and Iguacha, Aba, and all those things. Very strong. But during this time now, we don't have enough radio station that is covering. So I'm just pleading on our DOS and HOD, if it is possible, that we'll get another a good transmitter that will put in Biafra land that will be covering like before. even if it is to contribute more money. We are ready. I'm calling from Germany, and we have our people here that is doing sending container home. We can take it back, please, because the radio is very important, and is the reason why our people are not following up again like before. Most of them go and listen and hear other fake news and carry it out. So it's because of the radio I called. So if there's any way,
thank you. I think it's noted.
Like before.
It's noted. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Mazi, our deputy, please. You can come in if you want to say something about this, or you bring the South African rep in order to say what you want to say.
Yes, the request and the anxiety made by that our brother is well noted. The leadership will look into that very issue with all alacrity. So for now, I will say, let me call in the South African National Coordinator to do his very brief presentation, and then he will quit. Mazi, please, Mazi, come on board and take up the microphone.
Mazi, South Africa, please, over to you, the South African rep.
Good evening, sir. Am I coming out loud?
You are. The whole world is hearing you crisp. Go on.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just want to be very brief. Okay, I just want to say that immediately.
Please, can you mention your name? Can you introduce yourself first?
Okay, my name is Ogechukwu Isu, a servant in the capacity of a national coordinator here in South Africa. Ogechukwu Isu hails from Ehubo. Ehubo is in Afipo, local government in the present day Ebonyi. Okay. All the challenges we are facing is not a surprise, because the day IPOB was bettered is the day the Zoo know that the people who have come to restore Biafra has come. So immediately IPOB was bettered, they also bettered their infiltrators, and they were dispatching them in badges, you know, according to. And if you watch their strategies, their focus, and everything they do is all focused in ways to bring IPOB down. And most of them who came earlier, the first badges, were fortunate enough to even be in a very strategic positions, that they even, some of them are even in control of our finances. So it's really a very big issue, but we have woken up to realize that these people are not part of us, because once you say you are an IPOB member and you don't obey the structures of IPOB, you don't obey the leadership of IPOB, indirectly you don't have any regard for Nnamdi Kanu. No matter how you say that Nnamdi Kanu is our leader or whatever, anybody can say that. It's very easy to say, because if you are not saying it, nobody will believe you. So it's just a strategy, but it all boils down in acts. What you exhibit in your act is different from what you say. So we have some things, some lists we have compiled here, and it took us time. We painstakingly made out time, made research over and over, even have applied to these individuals, but these individuals has not given any reason to withdraw or even to change in the nearest future. All their attitude is born on gross insubordination to the leadership structure of IPOB, and is sabotaging any effort that will move IPOB forward here in South Africa. So we will make our recommendation. I will be calling them one after the other. One is Mazi Innocent Alia, former IPOB Western Cape coordinator, and his group is leading, which is Mazi Onyebula Anoliefo, former Zona PRO, Mazi Shinedu Shime, Sadana Bay coordinator, Mazi Kinzaki AKBC Strang Unit coordinator, Mazi Shika Amade Strang Unit assistant coordinator, Mazi Philip Okeke, former Paro unit coordinator, former Paro financial secretary, Mazi Frank Onyebuchi, the Parkland unit coordinator, Mazi Sunday Ono Ebulam Belleville unit coordinator, Mazi Anoyoshukwu Osondo, former Zona Welfare Head, Mazi Vitalis Ibe, Pretoria Coordinator, and lastly on this, and the 11th, Mazi Prince Selina Obasinashi from Northeast Unit in Johannesburg, and lastly, Mazi Shinagoron Shima from Itekwini Unit in Durban. Mazi Shidebere Enoch from Pietermaritzburg, KwaZulu-Natal. These individuals have not only indicated the symptoms of autopilot, they have also vowed that anything the leadership of IPOB says must not work. They can never abide by it. Anything like if you give instruction, even any instruction that is given by our HOD, they don't regard it as anything. They don't take it as anything, and they incubate all the activities of autopilot. They hash it. We have overwhelming evidence against them to back up this claim, so that the people will not just say that we are pointing people out. We have given them a long rope to see if there is any change they can do, but there is not. It proves abortive. So another stage of people we have here is the people that is going to be replaced. We are removing Mazi Okoro Ezenwa officially, Okoro Ezenwa Ekuma, as the coordinator of Northeast Unit Johannesburg, and replacing him with Mazi Abosi Nwankwo. We are removing Mazi Peter Igwilo and as the Gauteng rep, and replacing him with Mazi Prince Innocent Chukwuemeka from that triangle. We are removing Mazi Chukwudi Emma Olewe from Randburg and the Four Ways Unit 6 in Johannesburg, and replacing him with Mazi Jonathan Ozemene on acting capacity. We are removing Mazi Shibike Paul Anguzie as the Johannesburg CBD unit coordinator, and replacing him with Mazi Emmanuel Egwato on acting capacity base. We are removing Mazi Anthony Obinna Nwanehi as the Cosmo City coordinator, and we are replacing him with Mazi Ebuka J. Onwuka. Okay, and we are announcing officially Mazi Boniface Ameshi Ude as the zonal coordinator of Johannesburg, and Mazi Shima Ngams as the unit coordinator of Jamestown. So this is all we have here. We are taking this decision based on prolonged argument and the pleading to these individuals to change, but we don't see anything that is they are not likely to change because they know why they are here. And we are also requesting that these units are to be closed temporarily. It will be reopened by the zonal coordinators. They fall into bed, because if we don't close these units, it will be very, very hard for us to, sift out genuine members, because automatically these people, these individuals are in control of here, this unit. So we request for the temporary closure of Strand unit in Western Cape, Parkland unit in Western Cape, Savannah Bay in Western Cape, Clearwater unit in Johannesburg, Cape Town unit, and Pretoria unit, Belleville and Garden Route unit. The reason why we have come to this conclusion, because we have seen that many genuine members don't know what is happening, because these people don't want to be circulating the information. They first remove them, most of them, in our general forum, and with the intimidation they are also giving them, it doesn't give them the opportunity to say their mind. So we resolved that as they are being removed, we should close these units temporarily to give the new zonal coordinators the privilege to create new units in that particular area, consigned area, where they fall under. Or it's not going to be closed permanently. It's just a temporary to give them a neutral ground to do their work. So, and finally, we are calling on those units who are still holding IPOB money, like a Tekwini unit, the one for Eastern Cape. We've just resolved it yesterday. They have promised that they will do that. But the Tekwini unit, we have pleaded over and over. They don't want to, they are having a chunk of our money. They don't want to do the needful by transferring it to the welfare account where it will be accounted for. They are just holding the money. So we are giving them this week to return our money, to transfer our money to the welfare account. And the same hand, we are calling Mazi Peter Iwilo and the Mazi Michael Konkwo to do all they can to go to Johannesburg, where they will go and sign for the transfer of some chunk of money there also in the Johannesburg Carlton account, and transfer it to the national account, the newly opened one in Nedbank. So that is what we are requesting of the leadership. And once this is done, we assure you that we will deliver irrespective of the challenges. We are having stress by the autopilot. We are already doing the needful. We are gathering their informations, because here is not the zoo where people do anyhow. We are gathering both their names, their phone numbers, to hand it over to the authority of this country, so that they will sweep into action. Should they come up with maybe if anything happen as they are threatening to any of our members or any close relative of our members or anything, they are now our prime suspect, because we have evidences of their threats everywhere. So we cannot just let that go like that. So this, we are pleading for our leadership to see how they are, to see what they do, so that we can move forward. We don't need anybody that is dragging us backward.
Stand back. Don't go away. Don't go away. Yes, all the reports have been pouring in for months, not yesterday. The reports have been pouring in for months. There have been meetings, in trying to navigate through the issues and trying to resolve matters. I have chaired some of these meetings and come up with resolutions, and lo and behold, you will see some very stubborn individuals who somehow will go behind the scene and continue as usual. And that is why the pronouncements made this night will remain sticking and hold. All the announcements he has made, those replaced, those removed, it's remained hereby holding. Anybody replaced is replaced. Anybody sacked is sacked. The new people, the new servants should now please buckle up to do the needful. The zones that are to be closed temporarily remain closed temporarily, and to allow those new officers to do the needful and do a better job in trying to consolidate and in trying to organize and give our families a new face. We don't need stubbornness. We don't have the luxury to carry baggages along at this stage. The times are different, the stakes are high, and that is why this very leadership will not tolerate any atom of insubordination anywhere, any place going forward. And that is why, Mazi, you have done a good job. As our leader has always said, national coordinators must be allowed to do the needful, to do the jobs they are supposed to do, unless otherwise. Because before your presentation, I have personally asked coordinator of coordinators of the whole IPOB worldwide. I have seen most of these evidences. They are very, 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 staggering. And you need to see what is happening in South Africa. There are very good men and women in South Africa, no doubt. Very, very good, decent people over there. But very, very few, distractors. And those distractors we cannot carry along. And that is why what you have pronounced, Mazi, is hereby taken on board, and must act accordingly. Everybody must fall in line. Your national coordinator is your primary superior, and what he says, there goes, and you have to fall in line. Unless you find him otherwise doing something wrong, there are channels for you. You have to channel your issue in the appropriate quarter. We have the also regional coordinator for South Africa. In case you think you are not satisfied, channel it to him and he will get to me. And otherwise, in a very, very, abstract situation, you also have the CRC at ipob.org.org. You can also forward whatever complaint you think you have, and then it will be evaluated and studied and then responded to accordingly. So, Mazi, thank you very much for your presentation, and keep on putting our families together, give them a new face, because everywhere in IPOB worldwide, not only in South Africa, we are building new faces because of the effects of the infiltrators we have experienced in the past 1.5 years. But we are forging ahead, and because IPOB is very resilient, and nobody can test our resolve going forward, and never would that be. Thank you very much. Go back home, and Mazi, continue to work as usual, assiduously with your ESCOs and the rest of them. Those replaced, please follow suit. Those of you who were announced by our HOD in the past as being removed, and you continue to parade yourselves somehow in acting capacity, please be warned. I'm sure by the next announcement you will, if not expelled, you will be indefinitely suspended. If you know you were announced by HOD in the past and you continue to act somehow in that same capacity where you were stepped down, please desist from doing so going forward. Be warned once again. Mazi Isu Mogechukwu, thank you very much for that very presentation. And if you like, you can now call it a day. Otherwise, you can stick with us. Mazi Jonathan, back to you with the microphone.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Please, caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Go straight to your question and stick to 3 minutes, please. Go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp.
Okay, thank you, my big brother, Mazi Jonathan. I hope, can you hear me very well?
The whole world is hearing you. Everybody is hearing you.
Thank you very much once more again, our leaders, HOD and DOS, the principal officers, I salute you. This is your brother Ugo calling from UK. The country who committed genocide against Biafrans and tried to sweep it under the carpet. And Mazi Tony and the HOD said no, the world must hear about it. And they are ashamed. They are ashamed of themselves, and they will surely make sure we hold Britain accountable for the genocide they committed against Biafrans. And my reason of calling to ask question is this, because I'm very angry. Believe you me, the HOD and the DOS. I heard one of our leaders right now say that American people, some of them are beginning to come back to their senses, and they have realized the truth. And they have, they will bring them back to, if they will put them back to take oath, and we monitor them. I am asking these questions, my leaders, with due respect from the bottom of my heart, because we know you guys have been going through a lot by blackmailing and then tarnishing your image, calling you guys all sorts of names, criminals, and we know that you people have nothing to do with all those things. Even Tuko Kabiama himself, no. But we know the reason why they are still doing all those things, just to deceive the gullible, our people. But they have failed. But what I'm trying to say this night is this. Why are we giving these people that fall away, that work with these infiltrators, these criminals, another second chance to come back in IPOB family so that we can monitor them? We have no... How can we monitor a criminal and a devil? They remain devil, and devil they should be. Please explain to us. I can understand 1 month, 2 months when Mazi was kidnapped. Okay, we can say, okay, forgive them, they were confused. But up to this moment, some of them come to say they are repented. And we have to integrate them back and let them take oath, and we monitor them. My leaders, I'm asking you. Is it not the time we pack these people one side? Let them stay there and let them kill themselves by themselves instead of bringing them back into IPOB family, because we never know where Agua Balita Rishi. Since they have been havoc in IPOB, we still fund our people. We still donate money to take care of everything IPOB need. We don't need them. That is my own opinion, because we have suffered enough from the hands of these criminals infiltrators. So therefore, my leaders, for me, I will say this no-go area. Let them stay there until Mazi comes out. Thank you very much. I want to know why you guys want to bring them and monitor them. Thank you very much.
There were Mazi.
May I come in, Mazi Jonathan?
Okay, go on. Go on.
Okay. Mazi, thank you so much. What you said is correct, and I have habited that kind of belief. But remember, we're IPOB. Nobody can deceive us. We would like to give them a second chance. We will monitor them, but none of them can have any power, any principal servant position. They will take the oath again. They will pay their dues, and we will continue. They will be on a razor sharp monitoring. Remember the parable of the prodigal son. Okay? And because we were in a position to identify them and kick them out, did not follow them in their shenanigans. That is how it is going to continue to be. I am not longing for them to come back and do this and things. They will have what is called a higher expectation. And it is them that will do it. Everything will be on them. If they cannot meet the new condition, now we tell them they are not ready. They are not true to their cause and why they are coming back. We will kick them out. They will take the oath all over again, especially those that did not take the oath and became principal servants. How can somebody in California, I am the coordinator in California, I am the regional coordinator in the Pacific, and you leave me and run to Washington, D.C., a small IPOB family to get an oath. Whereas while you were in California, you refused vehemently to say it's against their religion and for everything. And now suddenly you say, oh, I've taken the oath. Hi, Chief, where if you gave me the oath in Washington, D.C. You left your family in California to take the oath. I want them to come back. Let me give them that oath. I want them to come back. Let Baba Chijioke give them that oath. It's different. I'm not changing the wordings or anything. Let them, in my presence, with another principal servant, take the oath, pay their dues, and renounce their bad behavior. It's a setup. That's what I'm talking about. Everywhere. All those people that went to Umweri or said that they don't believe in DOS or whatever, and now they are changed. We would like them to come back. We administer that oath. The world will see it. It doesn't mean that we're gonna get loose and just say that things are now normal and move on. No way. As long as Baba Chijioke is there, they fear me. Baba Chijioke will give them that oath. Let them come back. The world will know about it. That's all I'm talking about. Thank you.
There were Mazi. I think we move on. I will take maybe another 2 more calls.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Mazi Jonathan.
Yes.
It will be important for Biafrans to understand that the situation and the makeup of Biafrans in the United States in terms of mental capacity and, will I say, mental gravitation is completely something else. They don't roll or think the way those of you in Europe do. They don't think or roll like those of them in Asia do. Or those even in Biafra land do. They are exceptionally something else. We've come to realize that. What Mazi Babachioke just said is not something you can replicate somewhere else outside the United States. In so many places in this very struggle, the doors are closed, completely closed. But in the United States, the circumstances are very, very mysterious. You get to hear why somebody is departed, and you figure out that most of the times they don't allow themselves to comprehend entirely what we're doing. We have those of them in other places who have understood completely and used to our modus operandi and the do's and don'ts of this very of what we're doing, you know. But then you have those of them in the United States who completely do not understand what is going on, and that is why when they go astray, there are it's not all of them though. There are going to be few of them, Mazi, that fall into that category Mazi Babachioke is talking about. I'm not sure that door is open for everybody. Mazi Babachioke, I hope that is very clear. The door, I'm sure, is not open for everybody. That is very, very clear. We are not going to absorb those of them who have been sacked by the HOD and his pronouncement on air. We are not going to bring those of them who have obviously been been asked not to near anything IPOB anymore, any longer. If there are those of them who are ordinary members who somehow, were nations to war, and by your own judgment, you think there should be a room, for them to probably, get back. That I think can be understandable. But this is not a sweeping policy. Please, that we should make clear to Biafrans. It is not a sweeping policy. Those of them expelled are expelled. Those of them suspended remain suspended by the leadership unless otherwise. If they have to be reconsidered, please make sure that the leadership is aware of those before the doors are open for such people. Because the stakes are very, very high. Thank you very much.
There were, Deputy. I have a caller that has been here since 8 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Please introduce yourself and go straight to your question. Under 3 minutes. Go on, please.
Mazi, good evening.
There were.
HOD and DOS member. Because only 2 questions to radio. Because I want the IPOB line any argument about IPOB very well. So this is giving me an opportunity online. They are suspended the other 2 months on all DOS or leadership of IPOB. Because whenever people ask us this question, we don't know what to answer. So because we want to know why she's not suspended on the air and she's still coming to Radio Biafra to anchor a program. It's an insult to DOS and the leadership of IPOB. 1. And all these our national coordinator and zonal coordinators. And national coordinator and zonal coordinators I want to hear. Can any platform or any numbers I will care up where I know when I hold the wrong hand, maybe I will complain. I will such platform give back I want lower members. Because there are things that might be happening.
Mazi, can you introduce yourself? I hope you are not calling from Biafra land. No.
Yes, we finished. I'm going to make myself introduce. So because I don't know when number when I can relate such compare. I'm not POB member. I'm not Istanbul, Turkey. I'm no smart bin zone. I'm Chukuno Sonjo Kudroha. So yeah, 2 questions to Kakawara as floor members in IPO.
There were. There were.
Take the question. Okay. It seems not to be. So what are the 2 questions? One is why
Awesome.
Yeah, go ahead, Mazi. Mazi, go ahead. Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
No, Mazi Abai.
Okay.
European.
Yes, Mazi, I'm here. The question is about why Madam Nendaya is still coming to Radio Biafra to make an announcement. I didn't get everything clearly, please.
Yes, that is number 1 question.
And not being suspended on air or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, that issue that is left for our leader to decide on. We are not going to dismiss Madam Nendaya without the consent of our leader. So she's coming on air to make an announcement. It's not the first time, but most of the time, the coordinators are not being motivated from what she's saying on air. I got calls from people who are asking questions regarding some of the information that they are hearing in her announcement. So those issues are issues that our leader needs to be confronted with, because she is a member of DOS and our finance officer for that matter. Most of the time, we are, surprised to hear accusations that is directed to the same leadership, same DOS where she belongs, and which is not healthy for this movement. But we are all trying to, preserve. We are all trying to navigate through these challenges and attacks from left, right, and center. It is very unfortunate that those who are supposed to be working with us in the same line are the ones who are pulling us back. Our leader will be informed about it. He has been informed and will be informed again about it, and its decision must be taken going forward. That's all I can say for the moment. Thank you so much.
To add to that, I don't want our people to have that impression that somehow anybody is untouchable in this very movement. Nobody is untouchable, of course. If there are some people, and nobody is special, by the way, but if there are some people handed certain sensitive assignments who, of course, are misusing the platform given to them, or to what they understand they do hold in the hand. It is unfortunate, of course. That is why Mazaban is quite right. When such cases, do come on board, what is done is to make sure that that very portfolio made available for that person to handle. The initiator of that very portfolio is informed. The leadership, I'm sure, is in touch with our leader in that very sense, because when there are some distractions of this very caliber, at the same time, when we are fighting hard to consolidate, to stabilize this very movement, to make sure that the invigilators are kept away. What we cannot need is something that is quite incendiary and destructive. The way to go about it might be a little bit different, might be quite just a little bit different. So Biafrans should hold their breath and exercise a little bit patience for the due process to take its place. Thank you, Mazi.
Yeah, well, he also asked about whether there is any direct number for people like coordinators and other IPOB officials to call to make reports of what is going on.
Yes, the number remains the inquiry number, and I think that inquiry number is available. I'll look into it. Probably be able to announce it, Mazi. I don't know if you have it yourself. Inquiry number.
Not now, really. I need to dig in order to bring it out.
Let me see if I can roll back just more. We have here.
Unless
61.
Okay, go on. Okay.
Right. So there are two numbers here. +61 434 294 745. Sorry, I take it again. +61 434 294 745. That is the first number. The second number goes +41 77 906 9681. Once again, +41 77 906 9681. Thank you very much.
Okay, and there we I think we move on. I think this should be the last caller, or do I continue taking calls? If you may, caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program.
3 more calls.
we'll go.
Okay, three more calls, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Please give us your name, where you are calling from, unless you are calling from Biafra land. Now you can withhold some of the information, but go straight to your question, if you may. Under 3 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, go on, please.
Good evening, Mazi Jonathan Tinedu.
There we go.
And good evening, members of the DOS. My question goes like this. You know, this Radio Biafra, is there any way we can install speakers or anyhow a loudspeaker in marketplaces, public places, and public places around the street where you can see people, so that this information, the right information, will be entering their ears, because they listen to the Zoom. Sorry, I didn't introduce my name is Chukwukaria Madoka from Biafra land, somewhere in Biafra land. From my question, as I was saying, is there any way we can install Radio Biafra? Because it seems like the way people do is like they don't get information. Just like one of my brothers said earlier about the FM radio. It's still the same thing I'm still saying. If we can get a good transmitter that can be giving people information, install it everywhere in Biafra land, so that people can listen. Because once our enemies listen to this radio, they do have heart attack. Because their radio seems like they are taking over, they are dishing out rubbish information, talking the problem happening in the zoo, and this makes people feel like they are no longer human beings. You know, when people will be hearing sad news every day, there is no improvement, there is no nothing. We don't, like Mazi used to say, that Nigeria is the only place that Nigeria is the only place where yesterday is better than today, you know, things of that nature. So it is people like they feel like they are no longer human beings, they no longer have hope. But here we preach hope, they listen, so that they can have life again. You know, there are information you can hear that can bring life into you, even if you are not eating. But in the zoo radio, you hear of this man stabbed this one, 18 years old, did this, that, all those kind of sad news. Instead of listening to good news, they are now listening to bad news, making themselves reasoning like they are no longer human beings, they no longer have hope, something of that nature. So that is my question. If there is any way you can spread this, you can spread our radio station, people can hear it. Because this radio, the kind of information they are dishing out, it is useless. And it makes people it makes them feel hopeless. So that's what I'm saying. And another thing, Mazi, I've sent you a message, I've talked about it the last time that I called. I made the request. I haven't, you have not given me the answer. You have not.
Please, can you, after you inbox me again, there are many messages, honestly. Can you just, after you drop, you inbox me again, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Please, I would like to hear Radio Biafra all over the places.
Thank you.
Because as of me, I feel happy when listening to it. And I want other people also to listen so that they can feel
you have made your point. Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you. Let me Mazi, do you want to say anything? It's the same the same request.
Mazi, anybody can take. Mazi Azayoba is here. Mazi Abanyim, any of you can take care of that.
Mazi, before Mazi Azayoba comes, can I say something even on this? Because many people have been even privately talking about this. Let me say, I don't know. Before Mazi Azayoba, please, just 1 minute. Let me say something about this radio issue. Because it has been there all the time. I know the frustration of some of our people. They want to maybe open the skull of our people to pour the message so that they will change, under 1 second. There is something, our detractors, they don't even have radio FM in our land. But the question I used to ask is, how then are people, getting their own gossips more than? That is a question that we need to ask. And I saw that it is a matter of choice. It is a matter of choice. Sometimes our people, there are many places our radio FM is working in Biafra land. But you call home, they don't even listen. You will talk, tune in. Just FM is working. Just tune in. You don't need even data. Still the same thing. So sometimes it's a matter of choice. And another thing also, I understand, like if somebody can take it as a duty, because like what, whenever maybe a program is going on live on radio, that person, it doesn't matter anywhere in the world. That is what we solicit. Personally, I have contacted several people personally, to be doing it. Some are consistent and some are not. About recording this thing on WhatsApp. Recording it on WhatsApp. Because WhatsApp, it is much more easier to spread. It is much more easier. So you can make yourself available anywhere in the world, that when one program starts, you can also try to record it on WhatsApp by yourself. You can record it and also push it from your side. It's part of it. Because our people, once it's loaded, this WhatsApp, it doesn't need data connectivity to be listening. Or over and over. So it's part of it. So we encourage people, no matter that yes, the leadership of IPOB is doing everything. There are many things that are going on, many challenges about this FM. But we encourage our people also to help the leadership and help themselves by trying their best, because after all, they listen to other things, other gossips that brings them confusion. So it is what I want to also say before Mazi Azayoba come. Please go on. Whether who is speaking, Mazi Azayoba, are you there? Or any other person, the deputy, to take the question, please.
Mazi, I think the issue of radio, we have discussed it many times, and unfortunately, it's not something, we're dealing with technology, and we're also dealing with, a very unstable topography, if you will, and there are bound to be dissatisfactions here and there, and some of these technologies are not necessarily, most of them are actually homemade technologies. Our people are very, very clever. We are very smart people. Our ingenuity knows no bounds, So they must bear with us. Sometimes there are, machines are faulty. They need to be fixed, and unless they are reported, just like just being said, those of them who are in media, I'm very sure, are working around the clock, ensuring that these equipments are all in places where they're supposed to be. Also factoring in the idea that the surroundings are not safe all the time. We must be very, very careful in making sure that whatever we have in place is also protected. They must bear with us. In due course, everything will take a better shape. And yes, Radio Biafra will echo to every nooks and cranny where they're supposed to. We must, of course, improve on that. Thank you very much.
There were caller on WhatsApp. You'll be the second to the last. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Please go on to your questions.
Good evening. I'm calling South Cyprus. So my question, I want to ask you, is there any family member in South Cyprus? Number two, who's for Nayanya? Because I heard what a man that is part of HDOS or HDOS. Then if he's part of them, and
are you sorry, Mazi? Let me get it clear first. You're calling from South Cyprus, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you are not yet a family member, right?
Yes, because I've got the on program asking several times.
Okay, after you inbox me, once you finish, write something. I am the person from South Cyprus, please. And the question you are trying to enter, please, it has been spoken about. I don't think. Because you are not a family member yet, so there are things, administrative things that maybe somebody like you is not out of discrimination or anything, but for formality's sake, you have to first of all identify with our family. Now you can get the gist of mostly what is going on. That is what I advise, please, if you may.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
There will just write me, inbox me. Okay. Thank you. Let me pick another caller. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Go on, please.
Jonathan Chinedu.
My
name is Eleke Magbaniboye. Eleke Magbaniboye from the Calabar speaking area, region, coastal region of Biafra. I want to appreciate our members of DOS. I want to also thank you for the opportunity today. It's been once in every 3 months I'm able to get this line. Even though I'm an addicted follower of this of your program, I have never missed one day. Never, but I am not always able to call. Today I'm happy. He also presents with Mazi Tony, if you remember, every Tuesday. Of course. Yes, I also present with Watching Making in the morning on Sundays. Actually, why I'm even calling is because of these questions that they're asking about Radio Biafra and no Radio Biafra. See, sir, I want to talk to our fellow Biafran brothers, whether in the coastal region or in the hinterland, wherever they are. It is not easy. We are in a war. We are in a warlike scenario. Even though we are not fighting, our detractors are trying to war. And I want every Biafran to understand, to know that it's not rosy, it's not easy everywhere. So asking for our radio to be everywhere is like asking them to be spoon-fed. As we are here in Iguacha, we know what it takes us. There is nowhere in Iguacha for now, for months now. I don't remember when last we had it, but every day we are there. We rather not eat but put our monies together to make sure that we are always online. I have seen people who have internet-enabled devices, even in Owerri, in Onitsha, in Enugu, who are even far more financially able than us here in Iguacha. And yet they'll be complaining. Okay, if they don't have access to Radio Biafra, where do they, where and how are they able to get information from Ekperima, from other wrong sources? That means they are browsing, they watch YouTube, they watch Facebook that are even far more expensive to maintain. Radio Biafra is a low data usage. Common IPOB community radio, they are not able to. Let them try. Let them try. Yeah, in the water, we know what we even in the coastal area. What we do is Operation Abia Simple Radio. If the IPOB radio, community radio is too difficult for you to call, Abia Simple Radio. And what we do is we go from place to place, and we go to bars, we go to eateries, and we talk to some guys. Guy, you have the simple radio, the so simple radio. We tell them how it is, and then in this guys, we tell them we can also get information on our Radio Biafra. They say, wow, simple radio helps you to get all the radios all over the world. And then plus our own Radio Biafra. So wow. And then before you know, we now introduce even our IPOB community radio for them. It is a commitment we are taking on our part here. And gradually it's working. And people are coming to understand that really we are one in Biafra. We are one, whether in the coastal or in the interland. So I want to encourage our interland brothers, wherever you are. You know, most of you have internet-enabled devices and phones to use. So it is surprising for me to hear that this junction of our struggle, people are still waiting for to see stress. Yes, it's good. It's important. It's good to be installed. But before it comes, help yourselves. Help yourselves. Get information. I've always said it that the first mode of defense, the first method of defense is by the information you get from Radio Biafra. Like we here in Iguacha, we are so addicted. We breathe it, we drink it, we eat it, we sleep with it, we wake up with it. Some of us who have been married, why make it up to our wives too if at all we have the time? We are still Radio Biafra in our ears, so on everywhere. So the pressure is more on the hinterland. We're not going to wait for it to come to the coastal before we start listening. We are so guided and we are always ever ready. So please, our interland brothers, always asking for Radio Biafra to be installed. But please, you have internet devices, download Simple Radio, or go to your App Store or Google Play Store. Simple download IPOB Community Radio, and then there you get every information you need every time. It's a low data usage app. It's not with 100 naira. You can if you listen only Radio Biafra with 100 naira, you can carry for about 3 days or 4 days. I have experimented it. Sometimes you recharge for 1,000, 5,000, and then you use it to do frivolities online. So I just want to. That's why I called. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm not imposing it. But it's just that the time has come for everyone to make the sacrifice. If this is what we have to make, at least to commit ourselves with, or as a little way of contributing for our motherland to be restored, then let's do it. So while we're waiting for while we're waiting for the management for the directorate to work out something for us, we are helping ourselves. We'd rather not eat, but we'll make sure that our data are there for us to listen to our beloved radio, because Radio Biafra is what we worship. Biafra is our religion. We can't do without it. Thank you very much, Holy Biafra. Thank you, JOS. I celebrate you. Thank you, Mazi.
God bless you. There war, and you too. Remain blessed. Thank you very much. Let me pick the last caller. The last caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me, please? Go on to your questions. Caller on WhatsApp, please off your radio, please.
Yes, I've done that.
Okay, go on, please. Go
on. I have two questions.
Go on.
People don't mind my question, please. And my question is, our head of finances, the kind of utterances that she's making. I want to ask, does it mean that is it only, does it mean Does it mean that there is no
Mazi, your line is not
account? Because are you hearing me now?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay, yeah, I'm asking does it mean that our head of finance does not give any type of account to our DOS? Because I'm our leader. Because in our organization, there are supposed to be treasurer and financial secretary, so that whatever account is being rendered, there will be a kind of cross-check. I don't know if you understand my question. Then the second question is concerned about our religious group. You know, anytime that we want to do anything concerning religion, like atonement or some prayers and psalm reading, we are always giving psalm and fasting and praying. So I want to ask, in our religious body, the people that practice in our own natural way, you know, are they represented in our religious group that is being headed by Evangelist Ozak Nwoke? If they are not represented, are there moves to make sure that they are being involved in our religious body? Understand? So that people like me, atonement or prayer, will also be directed on how to do our own things. Thank you very much.
There were. Mazi, Deputy, please go on. I think I will pick this last caller. But Deputy, can you hear me? Please take on the question, please.
Anybody on the platform who can take this, please. Mazi, but the rest of you, are you tuned in and then you are away? I don't know. Who is out there?
Are you sure that Mazi Ayoba is here? Yes.
Yeah, he's here. Yeah.
Yeah. Then, in the absence of Deputy, go on, please, go on, to avoid taking more time.
Mazi, give me a nutshell. What was that again? Just in a nutshell.
Sorry, I was speaking and off my phone, my microphone. The two questions, yes, the two questions still hinges on one. The first question about our finance head, whether there is nothing like accountability as it's a movement of this magnitude. That is number one. The second question is about our religious group that used to call for prayers and fasting. You know, it seems that it is only one side. He said, what about is our people that are practicing our own traditional religion, are they represented? If not, is there any efforts to make sure that they are represented? Because he says somebody like him, everybody cannot be the same in the belief. Although we are the same people, there are things. So, is there any efforts to make sure that this religious body in IPOB incorporates other like our traditional belief, so that they can also be holding their programs openly as the others are doing? Go on.
Mazi, please. You see, there is no deliberate attempt to exonerate or side brush anybody. We have to understand that religious is something very, very sensitive. because we all believe everybody is worshiping one God. That is why we have one representation in that fashion. There is no difference between calling Chukwu Kabiama, even if it is a God Almighty in English, or we call him Chukwu Kabiama, or Obong, and in Efik, and then maybe in Ijaw language and other languages. So if we go into traditional stuff, then we have to incorporate different traditions in terms of dialect. It will involve different the usage of different dialect. That's what it means. That means you have to go into Efik dialect to make your presentation in that regard. You have to go into Ijaw language to make your presentation in that regard. You have to accord those of them from Igala and different places. That will be a little bit chaotic, So we need to all agree that we all serve one God, and if that is being presented through what we have today as religious presentation, that is fine. But somebody can call in to say he wants to pray in his dialect, especially those of them who are not Igbo speaking. It's very much welcome. And if it has to do with those from Igbo speaking, that is also welcome. But we have just one standard, incorporating anything that is called God. So in that regard, we won't go to make things much cumbersome. That's what I would say to that. On the other hand,
Mazi, before you enter on the other hand, please let me also say this so that people will understand more. Many times when our HOD Mazi Chike Doziem comes on air to make some announcements or broadcasts, there are some times which, if our leader is going to court, he will come and say, okay, if you are praying as a church member or a Christian, go and pray, do your own so day on Friday, for example. I'm giving an example. If you're a la person, you will urge call Chukwu Kabiama. So you see that it is the same movement. Nobody is removed. That is what I want to also put there, because I used to host him and I used to hear him say that, make all those announcements. So it is not, for me, it is not something like competition. Competition. People used to come on air. After all, I myself, my opening prayers is our traditional way. That is it. It's still the same thing. So that is what I want to add there. Go on, Mazi.
Yes, Mazi Nzurumike, let me add something as well. Our traditional cultural representatives are already active in the struggle. The question here is if they are going to come to the public to pray or to have their prayers announced and maybe participated in the public. This is a decision that they will have to make by themselves. But as we speak, our traditional people are doing their prayers on daily basis for this struggle and for our leader, to our leader's release and his protection. They are doing their own. Everybody is playing their part, but the question as to whether they are going to come on air to do it is left for them. As Mazi Jonathan already said, those who are courageous enough to come on air to pray in their languages will be welcomed. So we are not excluding anybody. This struggle, our leader said, whatever you know that you can do to help the struggle to get a push forward, you do it, as long as it is in the right direction and without any ulterior motive. So they are already active in what we are doing, but coming on air is what they have not been participating in.
There were. Deputy, please go on the second question.
Well, what I would say on the second note is that that very issue has been handled here already. Maybe if I have to digress a bit, which I think, based on the body of that very question, or will I say the body language, it tries to refer to transparency. That I can be asked that question because transparency is something you can claim at the end of probably will I say auditing, or at the end of where you have normal structure surrounding finance affairs. If you don't have a proper structure surrounding finance affairs where a number of people can will I say second any clarification or lay claim in affirmative concerning any proclamation or any presentation. Otherwise, it's not proper. One cannot just forge ahead and say there is this or there is not. We are building a nation, and for now there is no perfection in all angles. No matter which part of the whole thing you look at, whether it is finance, whether it is in other aspects as well. We have problems everywhere, but we remain hopeful that we are going to build on the progress we have made, and that we will always strive to work towards perfection. There are issues, that are subject to resolution. And by the grace of Chukwuka Abiyama, we will get over all these things. So, in a nutshell, it is not. I'm not will I say, at liberty to make any proclamation to that regard. That is not what I personally can, tell for now. But I can tell you that those of them in their units, in their IPOB family countries, majority of them are doing well in handling their finance. If it comes to the head of finances, the question has come to me right now, or has come to any of us. I will tell you that I'm not at liberty to say what I don't know. But we have to remain hopeful. Like I said, whatever hurdles we have, we shall surmount. So that is it. I am not in finance. That will tell you why I can't. I am an administrative officer, and that is what I can tell you. Mazi,
Mazi. Now, the last caller is online on WhatsApp since going to 12 minutes. Caller, please start by giving us your name, where you are calling from, if you may, and go straight to your question. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you very much, bro. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay, sir. Without wasting time, I want to thank all the DOX members, especially Mazi Tony and the Chinasa, and all of the DOS members. And you, my brother Jonathan, thank you very, very, very much for your tenacity and your staying strong. Please, I didn't follow the program completely, but the little I understand the...
Mazi, can you please first introduce yourself, please, to the audience?
My name is Father Alexander. I'm calling from United States of America.
Okay, so, welcome to the program. Go on.
Thank you, brother. I overheard the DOS saying that they will accept those that probably mistakenly understood the DOX back to IPOB. Please, no, even if the person mistakenly did whatever he or she did, I would suggest they should by no means come back to IPOB. Enough is enough, please. I'm very, very upset when I hear one of the DOX say that. And my brother Isaiah Ba is here. You don't know how people are feeling outside the DOX. And then, what I hear this evening...
sorry for cutting you short. That was not a DOS member. Sorry for cutting you short.
Please, don't cut me short. Let me finish, because I don't have much time.
Did he
don't cut me short, sir? What did he say?
No, he's guiding you, Mazi.
I'm telling you that answer was not given by a DOS member, but by a representative, regional representative for the United States. Okay.
Well, you see, those of us here in United States of America, I mean, they have proven themselves to be something else. Honestly, let us be frank. And in dealing with them, you guys need to be very, very careful. Very, very careful. Whether somebody is suggesting this or suggesting that, please, that person should respect the public and the feelings of public. Do you know what it means to come out to say that those who try to destroy this noble movement, directly or indirectly, known or unknown to them, they are coming back? Really? Even if they are going to give us Biafra, let them take it and go. I'm telling you honestly, this is the way personally I'm feeling. Secondly, I don't know the correct story or what happened, but I think Nayanya should stop coming to Radio Biafra to do any announcement for now, until whatever is going on is resolved. I don't know the full story, but she should stop. I mean, the DOS, please, let us, personally, I am with DOS completely. And I want to explain something to you. I want to explain something to you guys on a brief note. When the scenario of Nelly Ofebu came out, there are two things that made me to go back to DOS. Number one is when that lady began to issue letters with her own letter-headed paper. That is when I get to know that she is not original. Secondly, when people ask her to bring out evidence of what she is saying about China Sanwo-Olu, he printed all a kind of paper and said, "Oh, China Sanwo-Olu stole 2 million here and 1 million here, in altogether 2 million." That is nonsense. That is nonsense. Let me tell you something. DOX, we need to support them. They are doing the right thing. And I don't want DOX to lose that. Coming to tell me this evening that those that attempted to destroy this noble movement, that they are coming back. Please, my brothers, don't do that. Don't do it. Don't welcome anybody, by no means. By no means. Don't allow them to near IPOB. And if you people do, I'm hands off. I'm not gonna support you guys anymore, to be honest. Thank you very much. And God bless you.
Mazi Jonathan, let me touch that once again. I think he wasn't, like he said, he wasn't there, so he wasn't paying attention. He just got a little bit. According to him, though, he got a little bit of what was going on. I think the regional rep made his comment. I did disagree. I am the deputy head of Directorate of State. I did disagree. I said those of them announced on air as expelled or suspended and so on and so forth shouldn't come back. We don't have any room for them to come back. And also, if there are some individuals by virtue of their nations to the events of the day happen to derail and well known to these regional reps, before they are absorbed, they should please let us know, let the leadership know about what they are trying to do, and so that there would be a proper evaluation to that effect. This exactly is what I did say. So please, Mazi, I hope you have taken note of that. The DOS is not in any case of the opinion somehow, to absorb back those people, the renegades, the very, destructive elements who have been ejected out of this struggle. No, that is not what we're doing. We are trying to forge ahead and consolidate. Thank you, Mazi.
There were. Okay, Mazi, I have somebody already on him. Mazi, you are the last caller, please. I pick you because you have been calling since. Please start by giving us your name and make your point, your question, please. Very brief. 3 minutes. Go on, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mazi Chinedu. This is Mazi Chibwaza calling from Singapore. So I don't have any much question, but I just have something like a suggestion to put in because of what has been going on in Biafra land with all these infiltrators. If you look at what has been going on in diaspora, you will see we have been trying to handle a lot of situation with these infiltrators who have infiltrated IPOB in diaspora. And this same thing is going on in Biafra land. In fact, I am seeing the Biafra land infiltrators being worse. So why is it that we don't put in some machineries to checkmate these people? Because once you leave this kind of thing, it will continue to grow. The level of infiltrators now, because people have infiltrated a lot of Biafrans talking rubbish on WhatsApp group. So, and these people information can be gathered very easily. At least there should be some machineries that can at least checkmate these people, because this is freedom fighting. We are not here for meeting Omoada or meeting Omunda. We are here for freedom. So what this kind of thing is, when some people look at all these things, they look as if we are just joking and we are not really doing anything. So my suggestion is at least let there be some machineries that will be checkmating all these things. I know it is not, maybe we are trying to wait maybe until our leader comes out, but at least something should be put in order.
Yes, Mark, that will be real quick. I must assure you that, like you rightfully said, you can see how the battle is rolling in diaspora. Back home, you have a different ball game altogether, a different topography altogether. So we also have a different mechanism in trying to quell the situation and curb the very unfortunate situation there. And we're making progress. You also have to understand that so many factors are in play on the ground. People are doing what they're doing because either they are hungry, or they have been misled completely, or they are not even, do not have the capacity to comprehend what is good and bad. That is very, very true. That's unfortunate. We do have great men and women on the ground, very responsible Biafrans who, by virtue of having followed our leader for that long, have become hardcore no matter what happens. They are standing strong and unwavering. We have them. But there are a few who I will say either, even some of them not belonging to this movement. A majority of them, I would say, we have not even encountered a member of IPOB as we know it. being involved in this criminality. You know, we have seen those of them who have, you know, departed from IPOB and still making use of the name of IPOB. I mean, you know, brazenly displaying the name of IPOB when they are not even members no more. They have been ejected, they have been removed and, expelled completely, but they keep rolling, still in the name of IPOB, and that's why we are fighting a very brutal fight on the ground. We are trying to make sure that with those of them who are criminals portraying themselves as Biafrans, especially with the nomenclature IPOB, that they are not. And that has been the hard job we have been doing. It's not the same thing, in the diaspora. It's a different ballgame. And don't forget, also on the ground, by virtue of hunger, some of them take to violence and all that. And unfortunately, once again, these have not been identified as IPOB members. They call themselves autopilot, and IPOB remains IPOB. There's nothing you can add to it. No prefix, no suffix. IPOB remains IPOB. And if you cannot be disciplined, you can't be part of this struggle, and you are removing out, you are taken out. And if you are taken out and you keep on parading yourself as an IPO member, you're on your own. You are on your own. So we are dealing with the matter and the situation with the officers on the ground, who are very, very, formidable. I must assure you, they are very formidable, and they are doing a very, very hard job. All the state coordinators and the senatorial and local government coordinators, they're all doing their best and making sure that they account for their membership. Those who do belong to them and those who do not. Those who have been expelled, fished out, those who are renegade today are not part of what we're doing. And if they are there parading themselves as IPO members, I can assure you they are not with us. Unfortunately, we have bloodshed aggravated completely also by the zoo apparatus who I think do wish to ensure that our numbers go down. So that's why we're careful, making sure that unnecessary operations are not done to affect innocent men and women and children and young boys and girls who are going about their businesses. When we said that should not sit at home, especially our leader, Mazi Tony Nzurumike, saying that should not sit at home, and we want everybody to be, to understand that and fall in line. Whether you are a Berima or whether you are not, or no matter which group, maybe even myself, and whichever group you are, you have to fall in line because it's our land together. If you want to fight the enemies, you know where they are. If you cannot take your fight to the enemies, take it to Aso Rock. Then don't experiment your muscles in Biafra land on innocent people. So I thank you for that very observation.
Well, Mazi, I think you go on towards the conclusion of the program because I've stopped taking calls. Please go on.
Right. I am going to ask those of us who are still here to take like 2 to 3 minutes to give a vote of thanks.
Mazi, please, people are disturbing this line. I don't know why. People that you know, honestly. Mazi, just hold on. Hold on. People disturbing this line. I don't know why. People that you know, calling the phone I am using.
Meeting we have had with
Mazi, you can restart your because few seconds.
Loud and clear. There's no going back. We must get this Biafra. And I thank you for everybody for your support in any way, great or small. Everything leads to getting Biafra. And we must continue to pray for our leader, Mazi Tony, for his good health and for his coming out very, very soon, unconditionally. We must continue to propagate this kind of meeting where all IPOB members there's no other way. This is how we discuss. Thank you so much. Again, for IPOB EU, again, I say do not despair. We are identified all the rogue IPOB members, and they have gone hither with. Okay. We must, especially in this coming new year, come together, rebuild, evangelize, do the network, especially to support our ESF. There's no going back. We can't get Biafra walking back to it. Think about it. All I say, remember, the British, they call the Biafrans the great Biafrans, the great Igbos. Now, how can we say, how are the mighty fallen? Why? Let's have the guts to touch our women. It has never happened before. We must go back and regain our spirit. Thank you all. Let's continue to unite and do the next. Join your family zones, contribute, recruit members to join. Let them feel the light. Because if this generation give up, his Biafra, evil race or whatever, goodbye. It even be written in history. It will just go away like a book. The British will not write it in history. How the great evil race was defeated for our children to see. We cannot relinquish this opportunity, this basic duty to our children. It is us. It is for us to do.
No, Mazi, thank you for that. And let's go to Mazi Abani. Mazi Abani here.
Yes, Mazi Tony, thank you once again for the wonderful opportunity we have been given tonight to address some pertinent issues in our struggle. I want to thank Mazi Jonathan, not only for tonight, but what he has been doing in his platform day in, day out, trying to awaken our people and trying to educate them and trying to bring them back to their feet to reclaim what rightly belongs to us. Because knowledge is power. Without knowledge, you wouldn't even know that you have power. So thank you for empowering our people the way you have been doing it. Continue to do that good work. We appreciate it, not only individually, but collectively as Biafrans all over the world, and Europe in particular. I want to also not forgetting other radio presenters who are doing marvelous work as well, and our media warriors. I want to commend them and ask them to continue doing the good work. I will not stop to mention our gallant men and women on the ground who are our last line of defense. We appreciate them, those who have sacrificed their lives to make sure that our land no inch of our land will be ceded to any Fulani Janjaweed, uncircumcised, Futajelon person. Biafran land remains land for the Biafrans, and as long as we are still alive, we are going to reclaim what rightly belongs to us and achieve our goal. Not minding what the infiltrators are doing. The reason why we have all these challenges, all those infiltrators, is because we are doing well. Our enemies know that we are hard not to crack. We have been giving them sleepless nights. We have been making them uncomfortable because of our tenacity, because of our truthfulness, because of our psychological and philosophical consistency in our quest for freedom. We have remained unshakable and unbribable. And that is a very big problem for our enemies. That's why you see them spending millions of dollars trying to entice the gullibles who are now coming to see if they are going to deceive or distract the IPOB family members from attaining our goals. So my advice is that we shall remain unperturbed, undistracted, and uninterested in their shenanigans. I want to also commend all the coordinators in Europe, which is my jurisdiction, that they should continue to do the good work. Europe has remained very much intact in the face of adversity and in the face of fierce attacks from the unscrupulous and inconsequential elements who are parading themselves here and there, trying to make believe that they are fighting for freedom, which they are not. But our leader usually say, time will tell. And with time, we are knowing who is who, because they are now running helter-skelter as they are being exposed that they have come to destroy and not to gather. Therefore, we shall continue praying for our men on the ground and our gallant women as well, those in the media, our legal team who are doing marvelous work, especially those in Biafra land, and the zoo particularly, who has won all the cases that is there to be won. We commend them for their tenacity and for their professionalism in the academic field. We also thank the medical corps, we thank our journalists, and we thank every other person who is doing everything humanly possible to ensure that we attain our goal in no distant time. I want to implore our people to continue remembering our leader in their prayers. I know that most of us are doing that on a daily basis, but I want to encourage us to continue to pray. Those who are, natural religionists, they should also do their own part. Everybody is called to pray to Chukwu Abiyama in their own language and in their own way and in their own style of worship. At the end of the day, Chukwu Abiyama is going to hear our prayers, and we have confidence. We have confidence that we are winning the battle because we have remained unshakable in the face of this adversary and in the face of this attack from every angle so far. So if Chukwu Abiyama has ordained Biafra, and stop it. And this is our confidence that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has been discharged and acquitted by the appeal court in Abuja and by the High Court in Umar here, even by the UN working group, they all have freed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Those who are holding him back for their own peril, and with time, their finger will get burnt because they are holding fire in their hands. Nnamdi Kanu is not an ordinary human being. And we are sure that when Chukwu Kebam will rise, he will rise to destroy our enemies for us, because we are his children. And what we are doing is what he has called us to do. And with that in mind, I want to say thank you so much for listening. My name remains Mazi Austin Abayin, the European rep, a member of DOS IPOB. Good night from Switzerland. And I hand over the microphone back to our Deputy Head of Directorate, Mazi Nzurumike Chukwuemeka. Thank you so much, and all hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra, wonderful one, Mazi. Thank you very much. And at this juncture, I think we need to move to, I don't know if Mazi Ogoke is here, and after that we're gonna give the microphone to Mazi Memado. Mazi Ogoke Collins of Canada, please, you stay here to round up, please, in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi Nzurumike, for this wonderful section we have this night. I'm using the opportunity too to thank Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, who have been doing a very wonderful job trying to propagate Biafra all over the world. Like I said, there's unity in strength. Let us not feel depressed with things going on. God is with us. Our prayer every day is for the strength and good health of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The promised land is near. Thank you, and God bless us.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That was really quick, Mazi. That was very good one. Thank you so much. And please, Mazi Memado, can you take the microphone for some 2 minutes?
All right. Thank you, Mazi. Great Biafrans all over the world will greet you. I would make my conclusion with explaining certain things about the concerns about of people who called in to express their concern about us bringing back the autopiloters. Like I said earlier, the majority of the autopiloters who are here, are from here in the United States. Let it be clear, we are not bringing back Nelly Ofebo, Ubise, Ubuefi, Charles Okurafo, Ikwamusi, Ndidi Awurum, Onwi Chinyere, Edi Nwachukwu. All of these people have been dismissed. These are cold-hardened autopiloters. We're not bringing them back. Okay? Those we are considering are people who are probably gullible, ordinary members who saw these people as genuine, given the fact that Annen Nianya was also, messing with the autopiloters and gave credence to everything they were doing. Herself is an autopiloter. So these are the people who are considering, very ordinary people, ordinary members of IPOB USA. And in fact, 2 of them, for instance, have called me to say, from the states that I dissolved, to say that they want to come back, that they've discovered, where they are is completely a wrong place. And I said to them that, okay, conditions for coming back will be, because Onyendu's wife was on radio about 3 months ago, if I'm not mistaken, but instead Joffa was on radio. So does it mean you did not understand everything these people said, and this is the time you're coming back? And I said to them, well, you're going to give us a backlog of 3 months monthly dues, and then you are going to take the oath again. And so far, they have not called me back. So, great Biafrans, do not despair, don't worry. The current USA, Babachijoka and myself, we are going to make sure that America works again. Thank you all. Good night. And may the Lord bless all genuine IPOB members around the world. And may the Lord unconditionally bring out our leader for us, because all power belongs unto him. Thank you all very much.
All power belongs to him. He's said. Thank you very much. Microphone now goes to Mazi Azayuba. Mazi, also very, very briefly. Go ahead, please.
All right. Okay, Mazi, Deputy, thank you very much once again for having me. And also, I want to thank all the members of the electorate that have spoken. And our host, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, thank you very much. Your commitment in this Biafra restoration project is second to none. I really admire you, and I commend you for what you're doing. And I ask you to continue to strengthen you and keep you, so that you will do more as we are on this journey together. And also want to thank our leader to continue to remain strong. We are standing shoulder to shoulder with him. We are not going to leave him in this journey. I'm telling you, we're not going to leave him in this journey alone. We're going to make sure that we do everything humanly possible to make sure that this dream is achieved in no distance time. And we are looking forward for him to join us very soon. And I also want to also appreciate our listeners tonight, those who call to ask questions, those who also just listening. I know that the football tonight affected a lot of people from even our meeting here, our end of the year get together. Some of them start showing up immediately after the game. But nevertheless, we have managed to deliver. So thank you all of you for listening and remain resolute. And also, I want to use this opportunity to also draw the attention of IPOB worldwide to remain resolute. Although in our meeting today, I got some very, very disturbing information, very disturbing. Some group of people came today to disrupt the meeting here in Dublin. So in no distance time, probably we're going to make that these individuals, so we're going to expose them to Biafrans to take care of them, because we've been trying to curtail, to manage, to cover up with some of these individuals who are insubordinate to the directive and to this movement. And it seems not to be complying with those based on their personal interests, going around lying and blackmailing, trying to sow seed of discourse among Biafrans who are also members of the family. So I want to use this opportunity this time to sound a serious warning, and they even made threats they will return to the meeting, the family meeting, January. And I want to use this opportunity now to sound a very strong message, so Biafrans will know. We try to keep some of this problem inside, but they don't want to respect themselves, grown-up men acting like children. We are sounding this warning, letting Biafrans know that if any of this, misconduct and misbehavior happen again in our meeting, serious action will be taken on them, not only on Biafran, platforms. We're going to take it personally here, and we will involve the authorities of this country, because we are registered here. I want to let people know IPOB is registered here. IPOB is also not doing anything illegal. Everything we are doing in IPOB, Ireland and beyond, is not illegal. Everything is in the open. There's nothing like tax invasion. They have been threatening us for trying their best to make sure that they damage the family, both within and outside. We are letting Biafrans to know that this issue is going on, and in no distance time, these are ex-principal officers. In no distance time, we're going to make their names open so that people will know who are the enemy. These are people that their families has been invaded back home. They are watching, our brothers and sisters being killed back home. What matters to them here is their so selfish interest, so self-centered mind that they have. They cannot control their emotions. IPOB is a freedom fighting organization. What we are doing here, as I've said before, is a nation build. Insubordination cannot be tolerated in IPOB. Misconduct cannot be accepted in IPOB. Embezzling and seizing money that belongs to the community cannot be tolerated in IPOB, because this is, fund that we are raising to help our people who has been devastated by the zoo terrorists. Like I said, nobody is speaking for us. Nobody. No other organization that is speaking for us. We are the ones speaking for even the politicians that not organize themselves. So we are the only one fighting for them, protecting them, and also fighting for ourselves here to protect ourselves. So we cannot condone or accept any form of insubordination or people coming in our meeting or receiving a report, people going in our meeting causing disaffection and disrupting the meeting, that some countries respected us due to how we have been conducting ourselves. This can no longer be obtainable in IPOB family meeting again. Once again, I want to thank all of you for listening to us, and remain resolute to remain focused, continue to remember our leader in prayer. Of course, he's doing very good, and we cannot look at what he is doing and the sacrifice so far he has made, and now we want to be acting like people who are not educated and who has not listened to him all these years. I want to thank all of you for coming in this evening, and the deputy himself, thank you for coordinating this this particular discussion here that we are addressing our people. Thank you very much. Keep on the good work. I know something in IPOB offices is not easy. It's not easy. Mentally, it's not easy. Serving our people with this kind of mindset that is very destructive to themselves, it's not easy. But we have to do it, because we are not doing it only to save them, but also to save our unborn generation that is to come. Thank you very much. And that is why we are here. Thank you very much. Remain blessed and have a very nice weekend, all of you, and a new week. And I wish all of you a happy holiday that is in advance. Thank you very much, and good night from the Republic of Ireland. Remember, Isaiah, your loyal servant from the Republic of Ireland. Thank you very much, and good night from here.
Mazi Tony.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Mazoba, for that closing remark. Finally, let me just say just a few things. And Mazi Jonathan, I can't thank you enough, as usual, including all your colleagues, Mazi Alozie, so many of them, and the media warriors who are doing fantastic job across the board, very selfless in what they are doing, and voluntarily trying to play their part in trying to lift this burden off the shoulders of our people. I thank you so much, and of course also my regards to our very amiable legal team, people like Barrister Jofor, Barrister Ezekome, those of them, and of course numerous of them who are doing fantastic job on behalf of our leader, and also advocating on our behalf against infiltrators in all the way. We are so much grateful to them. Chukwu protect them every day and every night, and in all their endeavors. We thank them so much, and we will continue to pray that our leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is actually very, very innocent, a man who has advocated only for freedom and peaceful agitation. And there's nothing in all ramification. People have studied his cases. So many international bodies, so many individuals, they have looked into his cases and say, you know what? This man is simply a messiah. This man has committed no harm and has committed no crime. And even the zoo judiciary system has finally come to that realization and has even pronounced him, acquitted. And if he's acquitted, we want to see him acquitted. If he is freed and acquitted, we want to see him free and acquitted. And that is where we stand. We want to see our leader freed completely, as even the zoo itself has proclaimed. And any delay further is not in the interest of the zoo. We want them to understand this. If they are wise enough, any further delay is not in their own interest. They want to have a free and fair election. They want to have so many things working for them. But they fail to understand that the secret to all these things is the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the beginning of tranquility in the land, which some of them are craving for. And if that is the case, then they must release him. And we're not backing down. This very movement is quoted by a very, very stubborn ideology. And that is to say, we hold on to what belongs to us and nobody can take it from us. Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. We will also continue to pray for his wife and his family. He has a great wife indeed. A woman any human being can dream of. Very, very tenacious, very formidable. And we say to her that she should continue to stand strong and stand tall, knowing that anytime very soon that a better days are ahead, that she is going to witness a victorious time ahead. And to Biafrans across the board, we ask you that you must put pressure on these your so-called weakling governors. We are doing our best to make sure that the needful is done all over, internationally and within. But what you can do is also to put pressure on your so-called governors, especially those of them calling themselves Igbo Union. What you can do, Igbo Union, because you too, you live in the same place, just like those of them piloting this movement for your freedom. And the victims are everybody. Nobody is having IPOB written on his head, on the forehead. When the Fulani butchers come, they go after anybody that they see. And they look at you, all they know and what they see is that you are their enemy. And for you to have your full protection, what you need to do is to put pressure as Igbo Union member, as Ohaneze Ndi Igbo. Talk to your governors who are weakling, all of them. None of them is good for purpose. None. And therefore, you must continue, because the killings we're observing tonight, the ones of yesterday, the ones of last week, the ones of a week before, continues unabated. That means what we're witnessing is a mathematical exercise. What amounts to be a cumulative number of victims. And only God knows at the end of the day, or at the end of this year, how many people are you going to now have on the scoreboard as having been destroyed? How many properties are you going to have on the scoreboard as having been destroyed? Yet, these so-called governors, they sit down there and mope and do nothing. And if you call yourself an Igbo youth, Ijo youth, Akwa Ibom youth, Efik youth, all of you there, it concerns you all. The Fulanis are everywhere. If you are living at the coastal area, they told you they would ditch their Quran in the sea. What do you understand by that? Are they going to do that by jumping over you? No. You see, we are all in this together. It means they will come after you, get rid of you as well, take over your land as well, and march down to the Atlantic Ocean. And that is what it means. Don't think it's all about those of them in the hinterland. We are all in this together. And that is why all hands must be on deck to make sure that we overcome these very common challenges we're all facing. Tonight, there have been victims in Ahamufu in Enugu. Those are victims of this night. Come this very early morning as well, because as we speak, people are on the run. Children on the run in the dark. Some of them running and hitting their heads on pillars and trees and not seeing road, not seeing their way out and where they're running to. You can imagine yourself in that situation. This is happening as we speak, and ask yourself, had it not been the indigenous people of Biafra that came out when Onyendu came out, where will you be today? Where will your land be today? These people are desperate to get rid of us. And that is why our prayers and thoughts are with our citizens who have fallen victims tonight, yesterday, and continue to fall victims, especially those of them who have fallen. And we pray that their soul may rest in Chukwukabiam. At this point in time, I will round up. Next time will be another time. And that is why I will proceed to say, Biafra will say remains our religion. And of course, here on the seraphic the podium of Radio Biafra, where we have Mazi Jonathan tonight. On that very podium is where we worship. And Chukwukabiama will always remain our God as we worship him continuously. Mazi, I can't thank you enough once again. I will only yield back and say to all Biafrans, from me, from here, it will be a good night.
Well, there were our deputy Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is where we've come to the end of today's interactive special program. We must continue to do what we are doing because there is no other option. It is either Biafra or Biafra. We have no back to go to. Do not allow yourself to be provoked into abandoning your thing. Like somebody whether said, if this thing I will abandon. No, it is not an option. It shouldn't be. Instead of you to abandon, throw your thing with annoyance, you pick back your thing, gather it back with annoyance. It's our Igbo adage. That is our adage. So you should understand that you are born to do this. You know, a time comes, you start thinking, what should I give back? What is the reason why I am created in this world? Is it only for my personal comfort and aggrandizement and selfish interest only? No. Sometimes we think, and you should know, and you will come to understand that being part of this struggle, it makes you valuable in this life. That you are into a larger picture, not for a selfish interest of yours, rather to help achieve something that will benefit our generations coming. That is how great men reason. Therefore, thank you for listening for this program, or to this program. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening or good night.